Hey everyone, we are getting started with Microsoft Word. So, what is Microsoft Word? Microsoft Word, as you see, is a word processing program developed by Microsoft and was first released in 1983 as a multi-tool word. And yes, these are the information that you can catch about it in Wikipedia. But over here, as you see, it has introduced it as a word processing program. But what is a word processor program? Word processor programs are basically softwares that were and are primarily used for editing and working with text-based documents. So they are all text-oriented and text-based. And now we can say that Microsoft Word is either the most known and the most powerful, or one of the most known and the most famous softwares in this field that are used. Microsoft Word is a part and a child to the Microsoft Office. So if you consider Microsoft Office as a family, Word is one of its childs. A lot of people believe that Word is the first child in this family, and as you see, one of the core ones. So we have 3 core products and softwares inside Microsoft Office, which are Word, Excel, and PowerPoint. So Word is one of them. So this is basically what Microsoft Word is. In order to get that, you can use the Microsoft official website. You can visit it. And as you see, here we have useful information on it. So a couple images are not loaded, but whatever. As you see, we have subscriptions to Word. So we have a free one. We have a Microsoft 365 Personal with a yearly subscription, and a family one with a little bit higher price. We also have, actually Word also offers plans for businesses and stuff. But as you see, the free one is probably going to be the case for us as we are getting started to learn it. So we skip the installation process. It's very easy. You just sign in or sign up or whatever over here and get the official version from the Microsoft website. And however you get it, and however you decide to get your hands onto this software, you will have it installed. And this is where we are getting started with it. So like any other software or program in our computer, we double click in order to open it up. And as you see, this is what we have over here. So this is going to be the look that you are going to get. Here we have a couple of our recent projects. We can go to options, and you may be facing a different environment and a different color setup. So we can change it over here in Office theme in the general section of Word options. So I have set it to colorful, and we are going to continue our course and our tutorials with this kind of theme. You may be facing something like this, for example, especially if you're using dark mode as your primary theme of your computer device or whatever. You may also be facing something like this or whatever, but you can always come to options and change it to whatever you want. So colorful is what we are using and approaching Microsoft Word with. So this is options, and this is changing the color theme to the program. Over here, as you see, we have a new part, which is about creating a new document. Document is what we call our Word projects. We also can click on More Templates and access many of the available ones which we can use. We are going to go through them inside the course, especially in the project-oriented part, which is going to be the next sessions and next lessons to our course. But whatever, we get back to where we were. So this is how it is. We have new document options over here, and we have a couple of our recent projects that we have been working on. You may not be facing anything over here, especially if you're just getting started with your board and it is probably empty. So in order to get started, you can come here and click blank document, and this is what you are going to get. This is your first ever Microsoft Word project. We call it a document, as I mentioned. And yes, this is basically it. In order to get started, you can see that we have a pretty simple, easy to use interface over here. In the top, we have our tabs and the settings that they offer us. Here we have our document and project, which we can be viewing or working on. And over here, we have some kind of a toolbar or something that we can be doing multiple actions inside. So, as I said, what we are doing and what we are working with is Microsoft Word, which is a text-based and text-oriented tool. So in order to work with that, we will be needing to get started with typing something over here. So I say, for example, welcome to the Takeoff College. Here we offer a full course bundle of any skill you may need in your career life. So this is the text we have. And as you see, it's very simple. You just click and start typing. But the point here is that you cannot just start typing wherever you click. So for example, I click here and I want to type something over here. But if I type, as you see, it types here. So you cannot position your text that much. You actually can, and you are going to learn how to do that. But in general form, in a tool like Microsoft Word, one of the primary reasons to that is that we are seeking document management and document processing. And one of the key factors inside that is optimization and cleanness of our text and having a frame. And in order to have a frame, we cannot break it just like that. So we cannot click wherever we want and continue typing or whatever, you know. There's rules to the game, there's frames to the game, and you are going to learn them one by one inside this course. After all, I want to make you a little bit more familiar with what we have over here in the bottom of our Microsoft Word. The first thing we have is this bar we use for zooming. So we can use this scroll bar either to zoom in or zoom out. We also have two little buttons. The plus one will zoom in and the minus one will zoom out. We also have this number which can be used in order to choose the ratio of reality that we want to our view to be in. So if I say 100%, this will probably be a normal A4 size and how it will look like, you know, something like that. We also have these viewing options. Read mode or web mode are selectable. Web mode is available because Word can also be used in creating web pages or something like that. I don't want to get into it right now, but we will have certain project-based sessions about this web Word particularly. But I get back to print layout. So these are the three viewing options we've got. We also have some information over here. For example, it says how many pages we have totally and what page we are located on currently. So it says we are at page 2 of 2. I can get back to this part, and as you see, this will say we are at page 1 of 2. Here we also have a word counter, which will count the words to our entire document, which can be useful. we also have this language, which is the detected language of Microsoft Word for the texts that we have added to this project. So it will detect it automatically. So the first principle that you need to keep in mind in this software we are working on is that whatever change you want to apply to whatever part of your text or project or whatever you may call it, you need to select that specific part that you are going to change. This is very important. So, for example, I want to change the size to the Takeoff College thing. I want to make it bigger. In order to do that, the first step is to select it. And selection is by clicking and dragging, and now a selection is made, just like that. So, this is very important, but whatever. For example, I have selected this and I want to change its font size. This is where, and we come to our Home tab and the font section. So over here we have plenty of changes and plenty of settings for our text, for our selected text. Here we have font family. So we can open this drop down up and choose between them, choose whatever font we are seeking to use in our project. For example, I say this, open a sans. Over here we have font size. So this is a number that, as you can see, we can choose, and we can either increase or decrease. Or we also can use these two buttons. So this is for increasing the font size and this is for decreasing the font size. And every time we click on one, it will either increase or decrease a unit of that number. So the change will be visible over here for us. A very important point and a very important part here to mention is that here, as you saw, we may not have many numbers available. For example, we have 16 and we have 18, but we do not have 17. Or we have 18 and 20, but we do not have 19, you know. Here, whenever you face such problem, you can just click, select this number, and change it by typing something here. So I say 19. I press enter, and as you see, this is applicable. Another important part to mention and to keep in mind is that there is no limit to the font size. So a lot of people come and see this 72 thing, and they think that, okay, this is the maximum number that I can use, but this is not the case at all. I can come here and even say like 150. And as you see, this will be applicable to my text. So there is no limit, no minimum or no maximum to the font size. This is again a very important thing to know and to keep in mind. So this is it. We also, in the font section we are still in, we also have a couple text formatting options that we can use. As you see, we have bold, so we can choose a part of our text and turn this bold on. And what it does is that it bolds that specific part of our text, as you can see. We also have italic, so we can either apply both to one, as you see, or I can say, for example, this career thing, I want this to be italic, not bold. So as you see, I applied this italic to it, and it is now italic. So these are formatting options. We also have underline, so we can underline a part of our text if it's important or something like that. So I can say, I want this full course to be underlined. And as you see, this is how it works. We also can strike through a part of our text. So we can basically select it. Like I can say this life thing, I want to strike through it. And as you see, a line is placed over our text. We also have two other formatting options over here, which are subscript and superscript. And what they do is that, Let me zoom in at first. So I use this bar in order to do that. I say, this is my text, superscript, subscript. So I choose this superscript text and try to apply this superscript on it. So I click, and as you see, this is exactly what it does with our text. So we can use it in whatever we are involved with. It may be a formula, it may be a mathematical equation or anything like that, so we can use it. Or even chemical equations may include such things. So we have superscript, and we also have subscript, as you see, which does exactly the vice versa. So it makes our text small and brings it to the bottom of the actual lines we are involved with. So these are applicable as well. Another important thing that we have in this font section is text effects and typography. So here, as you see, if I open this drop down up, we have presets. So presets are basically pre-built styles and pre-built designs that we can apply to whatever text we are having and use them in order to make our document more beautiful, you know, or closer to how we want it to be. So, for example, I select the Takeoff College again and come here at text effects and typography. I click, so the drop down will be opened, and as you see, whatever style that I hover, so I bring my mouse on, we can see the preview of that on our selected text. And at the end, whichever that we choose to continue with, we can just click on it and it will be applied to our text, just like that, as easy as that. We also have multiple settings that we can apply to this text. We have outline, which we can work on individually. We can select a color for it. We can set up the weight of it. We can change its style, so we can add dashed out, solid outlines, dotted outlines, dashed outlines, and anything like that to our text. We also have shadow, which offers us multiple different sides and angles of lighting, which occur to give us different types of shadows. And as you see, we can have them. These are presets as well. We also have reflections, which are about this mirroring kind of thing, which can be used in many places. We also have glow, which is very different from shadow. So as the name says, it will make our text glow or something like that, you know. We also have number styles, which we can set for our text, and other kinds of settings that we have them all inside this text effects and typography thing. The next thing that we have in this font section, and is very interesting, is the ability to highlight whatever part of our text or document that we want to. So how it basically works is just like a highlighter marker or something like that, you know. You just select a part of the text that you want to highlight, and then you come here at font and you can click on text highlight color, and this is what it will do, you know. This will highlight your text. You can also click this little toggle over here and open this drop down up in order to choose the color of the highlighter that you are using in order to highlight this particular part of your text. So this is it. We also have text color over here, so we can select a part of it, for example the welcome part, and I can click it. So as you see, the default color over here is set to red, so whenever I click, it will change my font color to red. But we also have a toggle over here. We can open it up and select whatever color that we want to specifically apply to this part of our selected text. So I can say I want this welcome thing to be green, for example. And this is how it will work, as you see. So this is it. We also have two very important other options that are left from our font section. One of them is changing cases, which is about, again, styling our text or something like that, whatever you may call it. So we have different styles that we can apply. One of them is capitalize the first letter to every word. The second one is capitalize the first letter to every sentence. Whenever you see this line thing, this red line, it is announcing you that you have an error. So you have written something wrong, and you can right click, and as you see, it will offer you the correct things in that language, the correct kind of writings for that word in the language that you're writing in. So it will help you a lot. I say capitalize. Yes, I have a mistake over here. So capitalize the first letter to every word, to every sentence. Capitalize all the letters to the text of the text, and use lowercase letters only. So we have all these options. All we need to do is that we need to select the part of our text that we want to change and come here at the font section and open this drop down up, change case. And for this one, I say the letter to every word. So capitalize each word. This is what I select. As you see, this is how it will become. I can use capitalize the first letter to every sentence. So as you see, nothing will change because it is already like that. I can use capitalize all the letters of the text by using the uppercase item. As you see, this is how it works. And we also have lowercase, which will do this to my text. We also have a very interesting one, which is a little bit weird, but is use lowercase letters for the first letter of each word. And if I apply this option from here, this is, as you can see, what we have. So I was wrong about word, it was sentence. But as you see, it will make the beginning to every sentence small and capitalize the rest. So it's funny, you know. Whatever. These are about cases in Microsoft Word. And at the end, one of the, again, most used items and options in the font section over here is clear all formatting. So what it basically does is that it removes every single font change or formatting change, whatever we have done through this section, you know, this section entirely. It will remove them all and get the entire of the selected text back to how it used to look like and how it was at the beginning and by default. So I can apply it to my entire document. As you see, I can select them all and come here and click clear all formatting. And as you see, this is what will happen. So the only things that will not change are the case changes and highlights. So highlights and case changes are safe from this clear formatting, but any other changes that we have made to the styles or to the looks of our text are removed and are cleared. The next important section to Microsoft Word is the paragraph section. So We have plenty of options and the ability to do plenty of things when it comes to the paragraph section. The first one is creating lists in Microsoft Word. So you have a document, and in a part of it, you reach a section, you reach a part of your text that you need lists inside. So you need to list a couple things. This listing can either be bullet lists or numbered lists. So we have the ability to have both inside Microsoft Word. In order to do that, all you need to do is to type your list, as we have done, something like this, and select the text that you want to convert to a list, and come here and click on this bullets icon. So this is what we will do. It will create you a bullet list. You can always come to this drop down, so click this toggle and open it up and choose between different styles that Microsoft Word offers you. So you can choose your list to be like any of these items that we have over here. A very important point and a very important part to lists is nesting them and adding up multiple levels to those lists, which is an available option inside Microsoft Word. In order to do that, you need to click wherever you want to add your nested kind of items in, and enter. So a new item will be created, and by pressing tab on your keyboard, you will be forwarded into one level ahead, and this is how you can create nested lists. So you can say, this is my nested item. Again, press enter, and as you see, the next item will as well be inside the second level. So you can switch between these levels by again pressing tab. You can go to level 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's endless limit to the levels that a list can have. And yes, this is how we can create nested lists inside Microsoft Word. And we also have numbered lists, as I said, so you can select your text and click this icon, and you will have a numbered list. And over here, as you see, inside this drop down, we have multiple types and kinds to numbered lists that we can use. So we have numbers, we have Roman numbers, and there's many possibilities to them. Sorry, I was here. It was a mistake. Yes, we have many possibilities. We have numbers with dots, we have numbers with parentheses, we have Roman numbers, we have English alphabet in different kinds of formatting. And you can choose between them the one that suits your desire and your goals best. So this is about lists in Microsoft Word. Another very important part of the paragraph section is aligning. So in many cases, you have to align your text, either centralize it or align it to right or left, and control that alignment. And here is where you can do that. You can basically come at the line that you want to make the changes to, and come here, and for example, click center. And this is what you will have as a centralized text. You can click right, and this is what you get, and yes, that's it. This is how you can align your text. But I want to mention a very important point here. So do not mistake alignment with text direction. These two are completely different subjects. So alignment is about the looks and how you want your text to look, its appearance, or whatever. Alignment is about what part of the line or what part of the page you want your text to be positioned in. But text direction is a completely different thing. Text direction is either you are typing in many languages which are left to right, or you are, for example, typing in Arabic, that needs to be right to left. And what text direction does is all about formatting, is about where the end signs of your sentences will be placed in, and is all about that. So it is about the language that you are using, but this one is about where you where you want your text to be positioned in. So these are two completely different things. So this is about language, but this is about appearance and can be used for any kind of language you're in. You can type in English, but align it to right, that's it. So we also have different types of justifications when it comes to texts. So we have open this list up and we will have multiple options inside it. So in order to understand this part completely, we need a longer text. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to make all these content we have over here join each other. So as you see, this is what we got. And in the justify part, we can, for example, use this justify item and pay attention to how my sentences are looking like right now. If I click this justify, this is what will happen, as you see. So automatic spaces will be added in between of my words and letters in order to make it look as clean as possible. So we have different kinds of it: justify low, justify medium, justify high. And as you see, we can get different outcomes from each of these items. Yes, that's it. We also have line and paragraph spacing. So we can basically give it a number, and this number will define the space between our lines. We can also use these add space before paragraph and remove space after paragraph options. And that's basically it. So these are what we have for line spacing. I can, for example, set it to 1.5, and this is what I will get, as you see. We also have shading, which is about the background color to the selected part of our text, which can also be used and can be set, as you see, very widely from all the color ranges that we are given. What else do we have? We can add borders into different parts of our selected text, For example, if I say need, I want this need to be changed, and I add borders to it, as you see, we still can make specific changes just to words, or sentences or something like that. But in paragraph, we have a wider range of options, as you see, so we can add different borders to different parts of our text in order to make the changes that we are seeking. The next very important section to Microsoft Word is this clipboard. So it will provide us with these commands that we have everywhere inside our computer devices, which are cut, copy, and paste. We also have Format Painter that we will talk about a little bit later. So where do we use cut? For example, I have this here, over here, and I want this here to be positioned over here. So I want to bring this down and move it into a different part of my document. So this is when I use cut. As you see, I can select this word and click cut, and it will be cut. And I can go to any different part of my document, and by clicking this paste, as you see, this will be pasted in that part that I'm looking to move this word into. So we also have multiple pasting options. We have keep source formatting, which will basically paste it with every kind of settings that are done into that word. But for example, let me change the font family to this and the font size to this. And now if I cut or copy, paste is common for both of them. So if I copy this, the Takeoff College, and come here and try paste with formatting, so keep source formatting, this is what I will get, as you see. We also have merge formatting, which will basically merge the formatting that we have here, and we used to have where the text used to be placed in, and it will merge those two. And we also have keep text only, which will give us this, as you see. So I got this text, but the text only. But if I choose paste and keep source formatting, this is what I will get. So this is it. We also have picture, which is completely different, is only used for copying, cutting and pasting pictures and moving them inside our document. The next thing we have here in the clipboard section is Format Painter, which is again a very cool, useful tool inside Microsoft Word. What it will do is that, let me explain you a situation. So you have applied those changes you wanted to the Takeoff College text. You have changed its font family, you have changed its font size, and all those formatting changes. And now you want this part of your text to look exactly like this part does. So what you do is that you copy the formatting and paste the formatting over here. And how you do that is by Format Painter. So what you need to do is, at first you need to select a part of the text that you want this style from, and come here and click Format Painter. And afterwards you need to select the text that you want to change its formatting. And as you see, this is what we will get. So this is Format Painter and how it works and its functionality. Another important section in Microsoft Word is the editing section, which is about finding, replacing, making selections, and same stuff. So in Microsoft Word, a lot of times we have long documents with pages and pages and pages of content. So whenever we want to make a small change, it will be very difficult. And that's where we use the editing section. We have find, which we can add a certain text to. So I can say, I want you to find me wherever it has written superscript. And as you see, this will show me the paragraph and the part which this is included in. And I can click on it and it will select the text for me. We may be seeking a text that has been repeated multiple times. So I say take off. And as you see, it says we have it 3 times and in 3 different parts. So if I click on each, it will get me onto that specific one. I also can use these 2 arrows to navigate between these results that it has found me. We also can view it in pages and headings, which are different types of searching, and we can get other kinds of outlooks and perspectives for the same purpose. We have replace, which is about not just finding, but also changing a certain word. So if I click replace, for example, I want all takeoff words to be changed to something, you know. So I want to find all takeoffs and replace them all with something. I can do that by typing these two like this, and after all, clicking replace all. And what it will do is that, as you see, it will change all takeoffs that we had to something. So again, if I say takeoff in search, as you see, we do not have any takeoff inside our page. But if I say something, we will have 3 of something. And we can always get back to how it was. So I can again say find all somethings and turn them back into takeoff. And it will do it just like that. After all, we get to the structure and the layout to our overall document and the settings to our documents, which will happen inside the layout tab. So we need to click on it in order to go through the options and settings that the layout tab offers us in order to set up our document for whatever project we want to be working on. The first thing we have is margins. So margins are those white spaces that our document has between the borders of the actual paper and the edges of the actual paper and the text and the content that we have. So this white space is called margin. We can control it from here, so we can come to layout, margins, and set it either to normal. These are presets. So we have normal, we have narrow, as you see, we have moderate, we have wide, and we have Office 2003 default, as you see. And we also have custom margins where we can control these spaces with numbers and apply exactly what we are seeking to our project. So this was margins. We also have orientation, which is about which orientation our pages are going to be in. So we can always open this up and choose between landscape and portrait, just like that. The next thing we have is the sizing to the to the papers of our project. So what sizes are we going to work with? And at the end, what kind of papers are we going to and looking forward to doing our printing on? So in order to do that, in order to control that, we can always come to size, open this up. We also have presets here. So we have letter, we have legal, executive. We have international paper sizes. So we have A3, A4, A5, A6 even. We have B4, B5, and other sizes. We have envelope, we have Japanese papers, business card, architecture, A sheet, B sheet, and all those presets which are integrated inside Microsoft Word that we can choose from. We also can click on more paper sizes and do this selection and change these sizings however we want to and make it exactly like what we want. So I close it, I set it back to letter. We also have columns. So this is very cool. Whenever your document is going to look like a newspaper, magazine or something like that, if you've seen. So there are columns inside of them. You can come at layout, columns, and make your project like that. So you can make it 2, for example. And as you see, this is what you get. You have 2 columns. If you continue on typing and adding text, as you see, the rest of it will be added to your next column. We also have 3 columns, and we also have left and right. So these are some kind of a sidebar thing. So it will only add 1 column to the left, and the rest will be at the right of your page, or vice versa. You can say the column and choose the column to be placed at right. So this is it. We also can click on more columns for more complex settings and changes. So I set it back to 1. And the next options we have here are, for example, break. So break is a very useful one. Imagine being stuck inside a very, very long, complicated document with loads and loads and loads of text, and you want to go to the next page from a certain part and continue typing or writing on the next page. What you can do is that you can use break. So what it will do is that it will, wherever your cursor is placed in, so for example, I want my next page to start from this particular word. So I place my cursor behind it, before it, and I come to breaks and click page. And as you see, this will go to the next page that we have and start from that. We also have column breaks that we can use. We also have line numbers, which is a very cool one. We can click continuous, and as you see, what will happen is that it will number every single line that we have inside our document. So this also can be useful in many times and in many terms, but keep in mind that it will number every single line, no matter you want it or not. So this is not at all a smart choice if you are looking for making lists or something. It's just lining numbers, as it says, you know. That's it. Now let's insert a couple cool stuff inside our document in order to make it more and more professional. The first thing that we have and can always add to our projects is table. So we can always go to the insert tab, and as you see, we have table over here. We can click this drop down, open it up, and as you see, we have this visual selector that we can use in order to define our sizing, as you see. By clicking insert table, we can do it manually. So if we want a certain amount of columns or rows, we can tell Microsoft Word how many columns and rows we need. And by clicking OK, as you see, our table will be created. So I delete it by clicking this selection button we have over here and pressing back arrow on my keyboard. And I open this up again. We also have draw table, so it will provide us with this pencil that we can use in order to draw a table and draw lines inside it in order to achieve the exact kind of table that we are looking for with the specific sizing and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So this is also draw table. We also have Excel spreadsheet, which can be used in order to insert Microsoft Excel tables. So let's do that. Sorry. I uncheck this draw table thing and I remove it. I say I have a Excel spreadsheet. I want to import it. So as you see, here will look exactly like an Excel table. We can fill it, and afterwards it will provide us with it. If you don't know how to work with Microsoft Excel, or you don't even know what it is or something, you can always get to the Microsoft Excel full course, complete course that we have on the Takeoff College, That's always available to you. So I delete this table again and try inserting by this visual selector we have over here. Inside tables, where you can always type things. So I say, for example, January, or let's say product, January, February, March. So this is, for example, a revenue table or something like that. I say our specific kind of an ice cream has generated us 20,000 in January, 17,500 in February, and 19,950 in March. The kind of cake that we have, for example, you know, imaginary numbers. And the last one is, for example, let's say milk, whatever, you know, 40,000, 35,000, 32,000. Yes, so this is what we got. Whenever we create a table, we'll get the access to these two tabs that we have over here. So the first one is table design, the second one is table layout. In order to make changes onto tables, you need to select that table first, which happens by clicking this little button that will be turned on over here for you. By choosing it, you can always come to table design and open this drop down and choose between these presets that you get for the way that your table is going to look like. You also have multiple settings. You have border style, you can choose. You have sizing options and style options. You have colors that you can set for your table's background color, and all are available in the table design tab. We also have table layout, which is all about inserting a row below, inserting a row above, you know, delete cell, column, row, or the entire table. So I say delete row, for example. I choose this one also and say delete row again. We also have erase, which will remove multiple lines for us if we need to. We also have draw table, which will work exactly like I just said. With eraser, we can remove what we have added with draw table. Yes, we have, as you see, alignment options. So if I increase the size of my table by clicking this little square and dragging it, as you see, we have a specific kind of text alignment for each cell that we can control through here. So I can say I want all of them to be placed in center, as you see, right or left, or top left, top center, top right, bottom right, bottom center, bottom left, as you see. We also have text directions, as you see. So this will change the direction to our text, just like you watched. We also have cell margins, which we can add. And these are all that we have got for tables in Microsoft Word. And when we are zooming, we also have hand. So what hand, the space bar on the keyboard. So what this space bar will do for us is that we will hold it, and while we are holding it, it will change our selected tool, whatever the tool is, to hand until we unhold the space bar. So whenever we unhold the spacebar, we will be back to whatever tool we were using beforehand. So that is very cool. That is also about temporarily changing whatever tool that we are using to hand. And again, we can unhold it, as you see, and by unholding the scroll bar, the hand will disappear, just like that, because this is a temporary, what we call shortcut to this hand tool. So this is it. You can practice with them in order to get professional with navigating, because navigation is a very important thing when it comes to becoming professional in the software, because you need to navigate easily and navigate fast without destroying any part of your project. So you need to also do it safe. And these are the options that we have for navigation. As I said, we have Control- for zoom out, Control+ for zoom in, the spacebar for temporary hand tool. You need to hold the spacebar. And we have Control-0 for getting back to the default view, what you may call. We also can insert shapes inside our project. So I head over to the Insert tab and we have shapes over here. As you see, we have plenty of them that we can click on and we can draw. And just like that, we can have them inside our document. As you see, this specific shape that I chose has this yellow circle in it, which is about setting the roundness and the radius of the borders to my shape. And we also have a separate tab for our shapes. As you see, we have shape format, which provides us with multiple presets on the design of our shape. We have shape fill, changeable and controllable over here. We have shape outline, controllable over here. We have effects for the shape, just like what we had for images. And we have designs and effects for the texts that are inside the shape. So what we can do is that we can right click on whatever shape we have and click add text in order to add text. So this is my text. As you see, it's not readable at all. We can select the text, come to home, change its color, back to shape format. And here we have settings for the text inside of it. So we have styles that we can apply to the text. We have text fill, we have outline, and we have text effects as well. We have text direction, as you see. We have alignment of the text. We can create link through this button. So what this will do is that we can use it in order to add a link. The next thing we can add over here is icons, which are available from, I think, Microsoft Office 2019 or something. And we have all of them over here. We can include them inside our project easily by choosing the icon we want. We can also search over here. For example, I want this one, and click insert. And as easy as that, the picture will be downloaded and we will have this icon inside our project. We can place it wherever we want and make any use that we want out of it. We also have 3D models, which is again a pretty new thing. By clicking on that, you will access all the 3D models that Microsoft has prepared for you and is offering you. You can choose among them. For example, I want this category of summer, and I want this ship, for example, or whatever it is. So you can choose whatever you are looking for, click insert, and that 3D model will be loaded on your project, just like that. It may take a little bit of time due to the heaviness of the model that you chose. I cancel it. Let me try a lighter one that will be loaded more quickly, you know. So as you see, this is what we get as a 3D shape. We can go through it with this little button we have over here. We can navigate around it, and we can rotate it, a 3D rotation, to get to the angle that we want to use inside our project. They're very cool. We have multiple preset views and angles, as I said, over here, that we can use as well. And as easy as that, you can add up 3D models into your Microsoft Word document. The next thing that we can have inside our document is charts and SmartArts. So a lot of the time, people ask me about the difference between these two. The answer to that question is that we use charts whenever we have numbers, whenever we have statistics, and whenever we want to showcase those stats, mostly numeric stats, to our audience, and that's when we use charts. While SmartArts are more for visual concepts, you know, are more for algorithms and same stuff, where we don't have that much numbers, but we want to explain a concept and show it to our audience in a better way. So this is the difference we have between these two. In order to add a SmartArt to your Word document, you just need to click on this button and go through all the presets again that Microsoft Word offers you and choose the one that you are seeking. So for example, I want this one. And afterwards, click OK. And as you see, this is what you get. So in the tab opened, which is SmartArt Design, you can always come and change the design of your SmartArt. You can change its colors, as you see, as easy as that. And throughout this panel that is opened over here, you can add and change the values of that SmartArt. So I can say, for example, this is step 1. This is step 2. This is step 3. This is step 4. And this is step 5. So this is how you can add and manage SmartArts inside your project. They also contain texts, as you see, and in order to manage those texts, you can go to your Home tab and change the font family or the font size or whatever it is to these SmartArts in order to make them look exactly like you want them to. We also have charts. In order to add a chart to your project, you can click this icon and at first go through all the presets that Microsoft Word offers for your chart and eventually choose the type of chart that you are seeking to add to your project. Click OK, and afterwards it will open you up a Microsoft Excel kind of thing. So this is a table that you need to add your values to, and those values will be showcased in the chart. I have already prepared an Excel document of some sample data that I want to bring to this project. So I copy all of this and come here, and by Ctrl V I paste it. Isn't the same size as your selection? Do you want to paste anyway? Okay. And yes, as you see, this is what I will get. I can title it, for example. I say monthly revenue, you know. And as you select it, this format chart area will be opened up. You can go through the settings that certain type and kind of chart that you chose has to offer, and you can go through them and practice working with them. They will be about formatting your chart and how it looks like. We also have this chart design tab opened up right here, and you can choose from those presets again that we have. For the looks of your chart, we have colors that we can change to make them eventually what we want. And by clicking this edit data thing, you will always have access to this Microsoft Excel kind of table that we have over here in order to make any further changes if needed and if applicable. If you don't know what Microsoft Excel is, it is a very powerful, important tool, another core product of the Microsoft Office family. So it's like a brother to Microsoft Word or something like that. We also have courses available for Microsoft Excel on the Takeoff College that you can take in order to learn that software as well. We also have Screenshot, which is another pretty cool option that we get over here. So by opening this up, you can click screen clipping, and by clicking that, Microsoft Word will be somehow closed or minimized, and you will be able to go through other windows that you have. For example, now it took me to this Excel file that I had, as you see. And you can choose the area, and then it will take a screenshot for you, and it will be directly imported into your document. You may need it, you know, you may sometimes need that. And how it works, how this screenshot works, is just like how images work in Microsoft Word, and you can add and use it as easy as that. The next thing we want to talk about is the design to our entire document. So we talked about setting up our layout, but we did not mention the design thing at all. In Microsoft Word, we have themes, which are preset, and those themes are a combination of default and preset font families, font sizes, and colors that we can choose among in order to give our entire document some kind of a style or something. We also have them over here, as you see. We get multiple different preset styles for our document. We also can change the color setup of our current theme that we have chosen, and the font setup of it, so we can customize a theme in order to achieve our dream one, or the one that we want to have. Other important settings that we have in this design tab are about page background. So the first one is page color. That is where you can change the background color to your entire document. So this will be applied to all the pages that you have alongside your entire project. We also have page border, which is about adding borders to your pages and to your document. These borders can either be simple lines with different widths controllable from here, and will work just like this. You can customize how the lines look like, so you can make double lines, or you can make dotted page borders. You can add shadow to your page border, and all same kind of tasks are possible. As you see, this is my shadowed dotted page border. You also can go through the 3D tab and use the options that 3D bordering offers you. As you see, this is how it works. And we also have arts that we can add to be our borders. So these are the arts or symbols that Microsoft Word provides us with. And we can choose any of them. And via width, we can change the size to them. So for example, I want this one. I press OK. As you see, I have cupcakes as the border to my document. As I said, we can also change the size by this width thing. So I make them smaller. And as you see, this is how they work. We also can add watermarks into our project. So there are some preset texts that we can add, like urgent, ASAP, draft, sample, do not copy, or something like that. And by clicking, as you see, they will be added to our project. We also can have custom watermarks. How? By coming here and clicking custom watermark. As you see, first it requires us to specify the language that the text is in. We also have the text. For example, I want it to be the take of college, you know. We have the font family to that. We have a drop down over here that you can choose fonts from. We have size that we can set. And we have color that again allows us and provides us with a variety of colors that we can choose for our watermark. For example, I want it to be this blue, you know. And by clicking OK, as you see, the watermark will be added to my entire project. The first thing that we want to talk about in this lesson is the Draw tab that we have in Microsoft Word. So a question that people ask me often and ask me a lot is that how can I add up a drawing in my Microsoft Word document? So let's imagine that you're doing all of this, you're typing, you're adding your images, you're adding your frames, colors, you know, text formatting, etc. You're doing all of that right. And then it comes to a place that you need to write something or draw something like a signature, you know, or something like that, or whatever similar, you know. How do you do that in Microsoft Word? That actually happens via the Draw tab that we have in Microsoft Word. So we have it over here, as you see. If I click and open it up, you'll see that we have plenty of drawing tools available over here. So the first thing that we are going to do is using this pen tool of the Draw tab. So what pen does is basically what the name says, you know. We can use it and then our word will be some kind of a somehow locked or something. So as you see, I can't scroll. Yes, I can, but you know, my mouse scroll is disabled, whatever. And I can start drawing with my mouse. So I click and drag and I say as you see, this is how I can draw with the pen tool that Microsoft Word provides me with. So I can open this thing up and we have plenty of settings for this pen tool in the Draw tab of our Word. So those settings are first thickness. So as you see, we can increase it or decrease it with these buttons over here, or choose something from these options that we have for the thickness of our pen. And then I will be able to use the favorite size of mine in order to draw, as you see. We also have colors, so we can be using either colors, so selecting colors from here, or patterns. So that's actually very cool as well. So I use this galaxy, for example, and if I draw, you'll see that you know, this is what it will give me. I really love that, you know. So I'll be able to use these patterns and use these textures in order to draw as my pen color, as easy as that. So we also can click on more colors in our pen, and then we will be able to access this kind of color swatch of Microsoft Word and find our favorite color from these selectors. And then by clicking OK, we will be able to use that specific color in order to make our drawing in Microsoft Word. So we also have this other pen over here. As you see, these settings are the same. So we have these thicknesses, we have these colors, etc. And the point here is that there's actually no difference between these two. But the only reason that these two exist, and the only reason that we have two pens in Microsoft Word, is the ability to make two presets for our pens and be able to switch between these two. You know, that's the only reason that we have two pens in this draw tab over here. And we'll be able to set up the second one as well. So we can open it up and make it the exact kind of pen that we want. So as defaults, as you see, for example, we have a black pen as the first one and a red pen for the second one. And then we'll be able to switch between these two in order to reach our drawing goals. So this is basically it with pens in the Draw tab of Microsoft Word. So as you see in this Draw tab, we also have pencil. So if I choose it and click and drag, you'll see that this is basically what pencil is and how it works. So we can't specify that much of a difference between a pencil and a pen, and the only difference is the texture. So if you pay attention, you'll see that Microsoft Word is trying its best to visualize a pen and a pencil and the differences between them. So if you use a black color in the pencil tool, for example, you'll see that it will look a little bit different with the pen tool. And this is what Microsoft Word is trying its best to do. And this is the actual difference between pen tool and pencil tool in Microsoft Word. That's only in texture, and it's trying to make you feel like it's different, you know, while it actually isn't that much. So we also have the exact same settings over here. As you see, we have the colors as well as the thickness. So here we can change the thickness of our pencil tool. We can make it bigger, as you see, or we can make it smaller, whatever. Choose from these options that we have. We also have the ability to change the color, as you are aware of. And that's basically it. That's all that we have with the pencil tool in the Draw section, in the Draw tab of Microsoft Word. So we also do have a highlighter over here, as you see. If I choose it and try to drag, you'll see that this is exactly how it works. So exactly how a highlighter works again. We also have a thickness over here, so we can change it as we wish. And we have colors to our highlighter, as you see. So beautiful, you see? And as you see, the pen surpasses it somehow. It's so cool. It's so cool how these navigate with each other. I really do love that. So that's also what we have with the highlighter of us in the Draw tab of Microsoft Word. This is the thickness that we had, and these are the colors. Again, more colors are available for the highlighter, and you can use that as well. So we also have a ruler over here in the Draw tab that we're in, which is actually used for making some kind of, let's say, calculations and same kind of stuff. So here, as you see, if I use my this scroll bar that I have in my mouse, if I use it, you'll see that I can turn this kind of ruler, and it says the degree to me. So this is a 0 degree line, for example, and then I'll be able to use this ruler in order to create my drawings as I wish. So for example, I want a line and I want my text to be above it, you know, or as you see, even if I click somewhere near the edges of the ruler, it sticks, you know. That's so cool. As you see, it sticks automatically. So if I bring it over here, for example, and click somewhere near and drag, you'll see that it is sticking to the ruler, and then I can click it again and it disappears. As easy as that, you know. So this is also the ruler which we have for our drawings in Microsoft Word. We also have a selection tool. So the select tool will allow us to make selections out of all these drawings that we've had, no matter if it's a highlighter, no matter if it's a pencil drawing, a pen drawing, we can select all and we can move them using the select tool, as you see. So I can click and then move it around just like that, and I can select, I can press delete, and then they're deleted, as easy as that. And that's what we can do with the select tool in the draw tab of Microsoft Word. So we also have the ability to create lasso selections. Over here, how lassos work is that you click and drag, and then by clicking and dragging, you'll be able to make a selection of a specific area. So I click, and as you see, this is, for example, my area. So all of these will be selected. So this is also another selection tool that Microsoft Word provides us with in the Draw tab. And the last thing that I wanted to mention over here is the, let's say, eraser. So using the eraser, as the name says, I'll be able to click and then drag, and whatever element that touches my eraser will be immediately removed from my drawing. And that's how eraser works in drawings in Microsoft Word. So we also have a format background. Let me add it up over here. So if you see, we can add up notebook styles to our pages, and we can use all of these grids and kind of rule lines. So we have both of them. We have grids and rule lines. It depends on what you want to do, you know. By using these, we'll be able to format our background somehow that helps us with the drawing. And, you know, this is how we can change the background and add up a notebook style background to our documents in Microsoft Word using Format Background in the Draw tab of Microsoft Word. So that's all that we have with the drawings. Mathematics in Microsoft Word. So that's actually a very important topic, as plenty of people watching this may face it someday. So you probably are creating some documents, some math related documents that need equations and math stuff included in them, and then you're using Microsoft Word and you want to do that, and I am just going to show you how to do that. So we have plenty of things that we can add in Microsoft Word. Let's get started with these signs. So the first sign that we use is probably $sign. So this is a currency, as you see. We probably use it a lot, especially if your document is financial related and same kind of things. So let me increase the font size a little bit. Yes. So we say 12,000, let's say, sorry, $12,000. And this is how we do that. By pressing Shift and 4 on my keyboard, I was able to add up this $sign over here, as easy as that. But a lot of the times people ask me a lot that, okay, I have this $sign, but I don't want that. What I do want is actually my own currency, which is for example, pounds, British pounds. So how to actually do that? How to add British pound sign inside Microsoft Word? In order to do that, first you need to go to Insert tab, and then what we are going to use for this purpose is the symbols. So Microsoft Word symbols are actually wide, and we're just going through them completely in this lesson. And the first one to them that I want to talk about is this British pound over here. So if I click it, you'll see that it is inserted to my project as easy as that. So that's how we can add up the British pound sign inside Microsoft Word. But you may be asking, okay, I'm not using dollars, I'm not using pounds, I want to add up euros. So I'm from Europe, And in order to do that, again, you will be able to first remove the sign and then come to Insert again and Symbol. And opening this symbol up, you'll be able to choose Euro over here. So we have Euro sign, and if I choose it, you'll see that as easy as that, I'll be able to add up the Euro sign inside Microsoft Word. So you may be asking, okay, it's not pound, it's not euro, it's yen for me. So again, in order to add up a yen sign in Microsoft Word, you come to the same path. Insert, symbol, and then we have yen over here, as you see. So these are all the currency signs that we may be using, the most used ones actually, that are all available in Microsoft Word as easy as that. From the symbol part, you can access them simply. So getting more specific about math, sometimes we do need to have plus or minus sign in Microsoft Word. So we're basically adding up an equation or whatever it is, and we need that. Let's say I say 12 plus x equals y, and then here I want to say plus minus. So if you know, you know. In math, I just said 3 you-knows for no reason. Whatever. In mathematics, we do have a sign for the times that we can do both. So we can either use plus or minus, and both are usable in that term. We have a sign which is called plus minus. And in order to add that up over here, again, all I need to do is that I need to come to the Insert tab, and using the symbol section, I'll be able to access that, as you see. So plus minus sign is accessible over here. And that's how I can add it up into my project as easy as that. And sometimes we have equals, but sometimes we have not equal. So that's also another sign. We have not equal to. For example, x is not equal to y. So I want to change it to not equal. How I do that is, again, I come to Insert, Symbol, and over here, we do have that sign. If you search for it, yes, as you see, we have not equal to. So if I click it, you'll be able to add it. You'll see that it is added as easy as that, and I can use that as well in my project. So we have plenty of other signs. We have copyright. We have registered, and we have trademark. You may have seen them a lot, in different places. So in order to add up the copyright symbol, in order to add that in Microsoft Word, again, you'll need to come to Insert, and in the symbol part, now you can see the copyright sign, and by clicking, it will be added to your project as easy as that. So you also can add the registered symbol to your Microsoft Word. To do that, again, you come to Insert, Symbol, and this time we have registered sign. So by clicking, this can be added to our project, again, as easy as you see. You also may have seen those TMs a lot, which stands for trademark. In order to add those TM symbols in Microsoft Word, again, you'll need to come to Insert, and this time Symbol, and we have it as well, as you see, trademark sign. So if I click it, you'll see that this is added to my project, as easy as that. So it doesn't end here, it actually starts here. So we have plenty of other signs. So let's say we have X is bigger than Y, right? And as you see, we have is bigger than, and how we add that up is from our keyboard. So we can simply type this sign. But sometimes we want to say it's bigger or equal to. So again, we want to say bigger or equal to, or we'd better say more or equal to. So in order to say that, again, we come to Insert and Symbols. Here, if I open this thing up, you'll see that we have this sign over here, greater than or equal to. So if I add this up, you'll see that we'll have this mathematical sign added to our Microsoft Word very easily. So we also have it vice versa. The times that I want to say less than or equal to. So this is less than, but I come to Insert, Symbol, and then you'll see that we have less than or equal to over here. I can add it up, and that's how easy it is to add up mathematical symbols in Microsoft Word. So a couple more are left. A lot of the times people say that, okay, I want to say 15 plus 6 minus 7 multiplied by 10 divided to 8 equals something. So as you see, we're pretty okay with plus, we're pretty okay with minus, but in mathematical functions, when it comes to multiply and division, as you see, in computers, they're a little bit weird. So they're a little bit different from how and what we write for those signs on paper. You know, the computer version of them is different with the paper. So here we have a star, and that star is going to play the multiply rule for us. Nope. We actually can add them through the symbols of Microsoft Word as well. So let's say that I want to correct my multiply sign, and I want to make it as we've learned in schools. You know, I don't want to have a star over here. I want to have a multiply sign. So in order to do that, again, we come to Insert, Symbol, and here we have multiply, multiplication sign. So if I add this up, you'll see that this will be generated in my Microsoft Word very easily. So I also can do the same with division. As you see, I'm having this computer-like division in my equation, but sometimes I want to have it like we write it on papers. So I want to have that sign, which is a line and 2 points, one above, one below. So in order to add that, again, I can come to Insert, Symbol, and this time we have division sign. So if I add it up, you'll see that we can have it over here as well. So there's also other signs that we can add in Microsoft Word symbols. One is micro. So those scientific kind of friends and those familiar people with physics know a lot about micro. So micro is some kind of a complementary kind of prefix, let's say, for physical units, you know. And in order to add up the micro sign, so this is the sign, and we want to add it up in Microsoft Word. So the sign is something like this. Something like this is micro. So in order to add this up in our Microsoft Word, we can come to Insert, Symbol, and here, as you see, we have micro sign as well. So I can click, and then I'll have it added in my Microsoft Word. So we also can add up Greek letters in Microsoft Word. We have alpha and beta for the, let's say, example. Let's start with alpha. So in order to add the Greek letter alpha sign to your Microsoft Word, again, you don't need to do anything special rather than coming to insert again and symbol, and here is alpha. So if I add it up, as you see, I can have it in Microsoft Word as easy as that. So it's a little bit different with the English A, as you see. And this is how you can add that sign to your Microsoft Word. We also have beta. So if you want to add the Greek beta letter to your Microsoft Word, again, you need to come to insert, symbol, and this time beta sign is waiting for us. I can click, and then my Greek beta is added to my Microsoft Word, and I can use it however that I want. We also have ohm, which is again another unit in physics. So in order to add the ohm sign in Microsoft Word, it's again nothing new. I come to insert, symbol, and this time we have ohm over here. So if I click, it will be added, as you see, as easy as that. And the last thing that I want to talk about is the sigma symbol. It is also accessible and addable to our Microsoft Word through the Insert tab and Symbols. So here we have sigma, as you see, and I will be able to use it in my Microsoft Word document if I'm going to showcase something special that I need this sign for. So that's basically all that we have with symbols in Microsoft Word. There are also other usages to symbols. So we have plenty of languages in the world, like German, like French, we can say, like Spanish, that the alphabet is the same as English. So we have A, B, C, D, etc. But sometimes we have very special kind of letters. So we have this O with 2 points over it, you know. I know that in German for a fact. So we have this O, but we have 2 points over it. But if you're having a kind of standard German keyboard or French keyboard or whatever the language is, your keyboard is in the language, you'll be able to insert that using your keyboard. But let's imagine that we're using a basic English keyboard, just like I'm doing, but we want to add up those German, French, whatever letters to our project. So in order to do that, again, we can use the help of symbols in Microsoft Word. Coming to insert symbol and clicking more symbols, I'll be able to access all of these symbols that Microsoft Word provides me with. And for example, let me search for the O that I said. I know for a fact that it is over here. Like, yeah, as you see, this is here, you know. The name says small letter O with, okay, whatever. So by clicking and clicking insert, I will be able to add it as easy as that. And as you see, this wide list of symbols also helps me and also provides me with the entire of symbols library that we have in Microsoft Word. And a lot of the times, if you're looking for something very special, like these arrows and everything, they're very cool, you know, or a very, very specific kind of currency that I did not mention over there, like you see Bitcoin over here, for example, you know. So all of them are here. If you're looking for some kind of a special symbol that you can't find, I really do suggest you to come here and search for that in this symbols window. You also can use and choose from the fonts that we have for symbols. So symbols have fonts as well, just like a normal text does. And some of these even have shortcut keys, as you see. So for example, if you're willing to add the copyright to your project, it says that Alt plus 0169. Okay, it's a weird shortcut, but whatever. As you see, they're available as well. So you can use and add up any of these symbols that you use a lot using these shortcut keys. So that's basically all that we have with symbols in Microsoft Word. And the last things that we want to go through is mathematical equations in Microsoft Word. So beforehand, again, another common question, a very common question that comes at me is about fractions and deductions in Microsoft Word. So a lot of the times we have formulas, we have equations, and we have math-related statements that include these fractions inside of them. And people don't know, people actually panic when they want to add these things to their Word projects because they don't know, they're not aware of how it actually works. Well, it's very, very easy actually. So coming to insert, equation, and opening this thing up, and over here, insert new equation. You will add an equation to your Microsoft Word, and then inside the equation, you see that the equation tab is opened. So here we have symbols that we can add up to our equation, and we have a fraction over here as well. So if I open it up, as you see, we'll be able to add up these fractions to our project. And then here, for example, I say 25 plus 6, and here I say let's say 18 minus 1. So this is how we can add up fractions inside Microsoft Word. So equations were what you just saw. Let me do it again. So we came to insert, equation, and here, as you see, we have built-in equations that we can use, but I want to insert new equation, so I click on that, and then we have equation here. So we have the equation tab in Microsoft Word. In the equation tab, we are able to add up symbols from these lists that we have. So we have basic math, we have Greek letters, operators, and all of them are available to us. So this is the category to the symbols. We can add them up from here. How we can add fractions to Microsoft Word is using this fraction item. We also can add up radicals. So that's how we add radicals in Microsoft Word. If you have any kind of a project that you need radicals inside, you need to first come to insert, equation, insert new equation, and then in the equation tab, come at radical, and then as you see, we have radicals available as well. So I say something, and I add something over here as well. So these equations are actually very cool. We can blend these things and make up the end kind of result that we want out of them. We also have integrals, for example. So if you're willing to add integrals to your Microsoft Word and you don't know how, again, you come to insert, equation, insert new equation, and then here we have integrals. So let me delete it, sorry. Insert new equation, and then we have integrals, as you see. So we can add from here, different types of integrals, and then fill out these squares with any kind of content that we want for our integral. We also have, let's say, limits. So if you want to add up mathematical limits to your Microsoft Word project, again, you need to come to insert, equation, insert new equation, and then we have limit and log over here, as you see. So for either logarithms or limits in mathematics, you can use these kind of presets that you can add over here. And we also have matrices, so that's also very cool. You may want to add matrices to your Word document. All of them are possible, you know. You're creating a document, you're documenting something special, whether it's a booklet or anything like that. And then you want to add matrices. So in order to do that, again, you come to Insert, Equation, Insert New Equation. And this time in the Equation tab, you add up Matrix. And you'll see that you will be easily able to add them just like that, you know, and fill them up. So these are all that we have. Another thing that we have is kind of functions, mathematical functions. So like triangle functions, you know, sinus, cosinus, and etc. So again, in order to add up those, we have Insert New Equation in the Insert tab. And this time we have these functions, you see, and all of them are available. So as you see, trigonometric functions, yeah, we have inverse functions, and all of them are available. So this Equation tab is basically for mathematics, and you can use all of these options that equations provide us with. And we can, as you saw, we can blend equations and symbols, and then we will be unstoppable, you know. Our power and our control in mathematics inside Microsoft Word documents will be infinity, you know, and that's actually how it works. So these are all the tools that Microsoft Word provides us with, and I categorize as advanced tools, and we just went through them completely. So this was it about drawing, about symbols, and about mathematical equations inside Microsoft Word. Stay tuned for the upcoming updates of this course, and take care. Mathematics in Microsoft Word. So that's actually a very important topic, as plenty of people watching this may face it someday. So you probably are creating some documents, some math-related documents that need equations and math stuff included in them. And then you're using Microsoft Word and you want to do that. And I am just going to show you how to do that. So we have plenty of things that we can add in Microsoft Word. Let's get started with these signs. So the first sign that we use is probably $sign. So this is a currency, as you see. We probably use it a lot, especially if your document is financial related and same kind of things. So let me increase the font size a little bit. Yes. So we say 12,000, let's say, sorry, $12,000. And this is how we do that. By pressing Shift and 4 on my keyboard, I was able to add up this $sign over here, as easy as that. But a lot of the times people ask me a lot that, okay, I have this $sign, but I don't want that. What I do want is actually my own currency, which is, for example, pounds, you know, British pounds. So how to actually do that? How to add British pound sign inside Microsoft Word? In order to do that, first you need to go to Insert tab, and then what we are going to use for this purpose is the symbols. So Microsoft Word symbols are actually wide, and we're just going through them completely in this lesson. And the first one to them that I want to talk about is this British pound over here. So if I click it, you'll see that it is inserted to my project, as easy as that. So that's how we can add up the British pound sign inside Microsoft Word. But you may be asking, okay, I'm not using dollars, I'm not using pounds, I want to add up euros. So I'm from Europe, you know. And in order to do that, again, you will be able to first remove the sign and then come to Insert again and Symbol, And opening this symbol up, you'll be able to choose euro over here. So we have euro sign, and if I choose it, you'll see that as easy as that, I'll be able to add up the euro sign inside Microsoft Word. So you may be asking, okay, it's not pound, it's not euro, it's yen for me. So again, in order to add up a yen sign in Microsoft Word, you come to the same path. Insert, symbol, and then we have yen over here, as you see. So these are all the currency signs that we may be using, the most used ones actually, that are all available in Microsoft Word, as easy as that. From the symbol part, you can access them simply. So getting more specific about math, sometimes we do need to have plus or minus sign in Microsoft Word. So we're basically adding up an equation or whatever it is, and we need that. Let's say I say 12 plus x equals y, and then here I want to say plus minus. So if you know, you know. In math, I just said 3 you-knows for no reason. Whatever. In mathematics, we do have a sign for the times that we can do both. So we can either use plus or minus, and both are usable in that term. We have a sign which is called plus minus. And in order to add that up over here, again, all I need to do is that I need to come to the Insert tab, and using the symbol section, I'll be able to access that, as you see. So plus minus sign is accessible over here. And that's how I can add it up into my project, as easy as that. And sometimes we have equals, but sometimes we have not equal. So that's also another sign. We have not equal to. For example, x is not equal to y. So I want to change it to not equal. How I do that is, again, I come to Insert, Symbol, and over here, we do have that sign. If you search for it, yes, as you see, we have not equal to. So if I click it, you'll be able to add it. You'll see that it is added as easy as that, and I can use that as well in my project. The next thing that I wanted to mention in this lesson, or something like that, is the ruler to Microsoft Word. So the functionality of it has been used by us many times, as we have gone to layout and we have worked with this margin thing, if you remember, which was about the white space we had and everything like that. But Microsoft Word also provides us with a ruler that we can access through the View tab. So we can come to View and check this ruler checkbox. And as you see, these rulers will be added to our workspace. Via these rulers, you can customize that margin that you have in order to achieve what you exactly are pursuing, you know. So you can come here, click and drag, and as you see, these margins will be controllable just like that. As you see, you can do it with no headaches. So this ruler thing can also be a very useful tool to be viewed and to be had inside Microsoft Word. Another thing that may be a concern in Microsoft Word is about teamwork and sharing your documents with the others. It is possible with copying and pasting the file of the document that you get from a saving or something like that, but we do not want to do that for many reasons. One of them is probably the changes that will happen to your entire document and its formatting due to the destination device. That may be using a different version of Microsoft Office or something like that, and you don't want to deal with all that headache. So what Microsoft Office and Microsoft Word in this case is providing us with is this share button that we can always use. And first we need to sign in, but after you've done that, you will be able to share this document you have inside Microsoft Word on your OneDrive, which is your cloud storage, your personal cloud storage that Microsoft Office provides you with. And you can share it over there. It actually provides you with a link, with a specific link with this document that you can share, and anyone who clicks on that link can go through your document, can read it, can edit it, or anything like that. And this is what this share button is mainly useful. I also wanted to talk about saving with you. So you've done all of this work and you have your document prepared, but you want to save it. In order to do that, you need to come to this File tab that we have over here. And as you see here, we have a Save and Save As. You can either save it to your OneDrive storage, or by clicking on Browse, you will be able to save this document inside your computer. Here you need to specify the name. For example, I say my first document. Here we have save as type. So there are two main types that we want to mention, and I want you to be familiar with. The first one is work document, which is .docx, which is the perfect one if you want to save your document and have further access to it, if you want to edit it in the future, if you want to have access to what you just created, be able to manage it, edit it, and all same kind of stuff. You can save it to a Word document, which is the default. So if I click save, this is now saved. And if I try to open, so let me close my entire Word and open it up once again. As you see, this is listed over here in my recent documents. I also can click open, browse, and go through the address that I saved my document to, choose it and click open. And as you see, I can have access to what I just created. We also have the option to save our document in PDF. So what PDF is basically an uneditable version of your document, a final one, which you are going to share either with an email, or you want to print, or you want to send to someone, anything like that. So if your project is finalized and you don't want to make any further changes on it and you want to export it, you can do that by coming to Save As again, but this time setting it into PDF. So your file will be saved and exported to PDF. And as you see, this is what I've got inside my browser, which is my PDF opener or something like that. And as you see, this is what we got. So we can select or copy, but we cannot make any further changes on our document because it is exported and saved to PDF. Hey everyone, we are getting started with the Microsoft PowerPoint. So what is PowerPoint? PowerPoint is a presentation program developed by Microsoft. It was first released in 1987, about 37 years ago today, and we can say it is one of the most popular and most used presentation softwares available out there. As you see here, you can have a definition to what presentation programs are and what they do. And another important point to mention is that PowerPoint is a component to Microsoft Office today. So it is again like Microsoft Word or Microsoft Excel and other same softwares that we have courses for inside the Takeoff College. They all are children to the Microsoft Office family, which we've talked about before. And as I have said, contains Word, Excel, and PowerPoint as its core softwares, and is a complete Office suite available for people's and employees' daily use of computer softwares. In order to get Microsoft PowerPoint, you can always come to the official Microsoft website. And as you see, here we have a sign up for free option or sign in. You also can see the plans and pricing. And as you see today, we can have it for free. It also has a Microsoft 365 Personal with a yearly subscription or a family option. It also offers plans for businesses. And as you see, here is the perfect place to come if you are looking for installing PowerPoint the best way and the correct way and the legal way, so you can come to Microsoft.com and get it. The installation process is very easy actually. It doesn't have that much difficulty. This is why we skipped that part and we get straight into where you have the software installed on your computer, and you can just open it up and get started working with it and getting to know it. So by double clicking, as you see, I can have it opened. This is what we get whenever we open the software up. If you have an appropriate internet connection, you also may be facing all these white things we have over here as those prepared templates, those preset and pre-designed templates that you can use in order to get started with. Here we have a blank presentation in the new part, in the new section that we can choose to get started with. Here, as you see, we have a recent tab which is showing us the previous designs that we've been working on, we've been using and editing. And by clicking any of them inside this list, you can get directly to your work. So skip any other parts and open it up. Here we also have new and open, as you see, and here we have options, which is important and I want to mention it. By clicking on options in the general tab in Office theme part, as you see, there's plenty of options. You may be facing something different with what I'm facing right now, you know. You may be facing something like this, especially if you're using a dark mode device, or you may be facing something like this, you know. There's not much difference, we can say, in them, but it's all about colors, and you may not be comfortable with having a different thing than what I'm having. So in order to experience the same things that we are experiencing in this course, you can get over to your PowerPoint options and change your Office theme to colorful in order to be using the exact same settings that I am, and in order to make your software look just like how mine does. Okay, In order to start a new presentation inside Microsoft PowerPoint, so when I'm saying presentation, I'm talking about the projects we have here. The projects that we have in PowerPoint, we call them presentations. So you can do that. You can create a new one by clicking this blank presentation option. As you see, this is giving me this Camtasia thing, which is about my recorders. I'm sorry about that. But what you will get after doing that is something like this. So by clicking on blank presentation, this is what you get. So this is the overall interface of Microsoft PowerPoint. This is how it looks like. And this is the dashboard that we are going to be working with in this entire course. So as you see here, we have a slide. This is what we call them. So this is one slide. Here you can also see that we have selected the first style of us. We can click to add title or add subtitle, as you see over here. Here we have, just like any other Microsoft software, we have plenty of settings. We have tabs, which are very important, and we are going to be using them a lot. And this is the overall look that we get. Before anything, I want to mention a couple very important points inside the software, which are accessibility points. Over here we have a toolbar, or whatever you may call it, as you see, with plenty of options and plenty of settings that we can work with. Here we have navigation options, which one of the most important ones is zoom. As you see, we have this zoom bar over here, which we can use in order to zoom in or zoom out. We also have these two little buttons, the plus and the minus, which will help us zoom in and zoom out inside our project. We also have this number, which we can manipulate in order to get the exact kind of zoom that we are seeking. We also have multiple viewing options. This normal, which I am currently in, is for the times that I'm editing, I'm creating, I'm building. And we have slide sorter, which will show my entire project in this kind of a look for me. So all these slides will be listed in the same size or something like that. I can navigate through them. We have reading view, which we also had in Microsoft Word, if you remember. And we have the most important one, slideshow, which is about when we are going to present our presentation. We are also going to go through that completely. But for now, in order to exit this presentation view, I just need to right click and click End Show. We have notes, comments. We also have language over here, and the total number of our slides, and the slide that we are currently inside. We can see all of them through here. The first thing you need to know about Microsoft PowerPoint is how you can add these items, that we call them slides, into your project. So this is very important, because we always need to add new slides. One slide is not going to be enough for us in most cases. So how we do that is by coming to this home tab we have over here, the section slides, and here we have plenty of different options. The first is this new slide button, which we can click on, and as you see, we get a new slide. I can click again, we get a new slide. Again, and as you see, this is how I can add new slides to my project. But this doesn't end here. As you see, we got plenty of slides which look exactly the same. They all have this title and all have this text over here. But the first one used to look different. It was like this, you know, but the other ones are like this. These are actually all called slide types, and we have plenty of them actually. You can always come and click this toggle in order to open this drop down up, and as you see, we have plenty of different styles of slides which we can use for different purposes. We have title slide, we have title and content, section header, to content, comparison, title only, blank, content with caption, picture with caption. The number of these styles we have over here is very dependent on the theme that you have chosen or the preset that you have chosen to edit. So when we were in this new tab, if you remember over here, as I said, we have multiple of these different themes over here which we can use from. And as I said, if you have appropriate internet connection, you probably are seeing all of them. You can load from them and use them over here. And if you're using a different theme or different template, you are most likely to see more or less of these styles depending to that template that you are using. We also have this layout, which is about changing the style to the current slide. We have reset, and we can add section. So sections are about categorizing our slides. As you see over here, I added one, for example. You can always come select a slide and add a section and name it something. Like, for example, I say chapter 3, for example, you know, and like this, we can organize our slides into slide sections. In order to change the position, because in our presentations, the order to the slides are very, very important. And in order to change that order, all you need to do is that you just need to click and drag the slide that you need to change the order of, and drag it. And by dragging and dropping it, as you see, you can change the order to your slides just like that. You also can delete a slide by right clicking on it and clicking delete slide. We get plenty of other options like duplicate slide or new slide over here as well. You also can always come to sections, right click on section names, and by clicking remove section, you will be able to remove the section, you know. You can rename it over here. We can move section down or up. And as you see, we have remove section and slides, or we have remove all sections, which will do something like it just did. So this is what we have with slides. Inside the slides, we get to add plenty of different presentation methods and plenty of different assets which are all controllable. The first one is probably text. As you see, we have add title over here, so I want to add a title over here. I say the Takeoff College, for example. So as you see, by clicking and typing inside these what we call text boxes, we can add and manage those texts that we have in PowerPoint. But unlike Microsoft Word or same softwares, as you see, we cannot just click anywhere we want and start typing. This does not allow us to do that. We just need to do that inside these boxes that we got and are specially for texts. These boxes are called text boxes, and you can always add them to your project. Add as many as you want by coming to this drawing part, opening this thing up, or going to insert and click text box. And as you see, you can always click and drag and add new ones. And as you see, add your texts as easy as that. These are what we call text boxes and are very, very important essential parts to the software. We also can add a subtitle over here. So I say www.thetakeoffcollege.com. So this is what we got over here. We can manage our text just how we can do with Microsoft Word or something like that. We can manage it, we can style it, we can format it, and all will happen by at first selecting the text that we are going to make changes on. So this is the first step to making any change, which is selection. So you select the part of the text that you are willing to change. And from this font section inside the Home tab, as you see, we get plenty of different formatting options. And we get to make many changes over here. We have font family, which as always, we can open the drop down up and choose the font that we are going to use. We have font size, as you see, which we can choose from. We also can customize it, so we can type any kind of number we want over here and press enter, or use these two buttons in order to increase or decrease the font size of our text. We also can make any part of our text bold. We can make any part of our text italic. We can underline any part that we want. We can add shadow to any part that we want. For example, I say, let's take off college. We can click on this item and add shadow to it. We can strike through it. So make a line over our text just like that. We can control letter spacing, which is again about design and provides us with multiple different plans and options, as you see, about the space between our letters. We can always come here and manage the case to our text. So we have plenty of different options. We can capitalize the first letter to every sentence of us. We can use lowercase, so all of our letters will be small. We can use uppercase, so all of our letters will be capitalized. We can capitalize each word, or we can toggle case, which is again a funny option that PowerPoint provides us. We can change the color to our text every time and always. We have access to this color swatch that we have over here, so you can choose between the colors that it provides you with. We can highlight, so all we need to do is that we need to select the part that we want and click on this text highlight color option. We also can open it up and choose from the colors of different highlighters that it provides us with. And at last, we have this clear all formatting option, which is about clearing and setting back to default all these settings that we had over here. So if we changed a font size, a font family, a color, you know, a letter spacing or anything like that, by clicking clear all formatting, as you see, the text will be back to default. All the settings will be back to default, and this is what we will get. In continuing to what we have for text formatting inside Microsoft PowerPoint, we also have the paragraph section that we used to have inside Microsoft Word here as well. So the first option we get here is the text alignment. So in Microsoft Word, if you remember, the alignment used to happen due to the sizing and all full width lines of our document, which used to take the entire width of the paper or anything. But here, this alignment is alignment inside the text box that we have got. So as you see, if I align it to right, this will stick to the right of the text box that I have over here. It can be left or, you know, anything. We also can add lists here as well. So I can draw another text box over here, for example, and say list item 1, list item 2, list item 3, list item 4. And as you see, all I need to do is that I need to select my list and come here and click these bullets or click these numbers in order to make either a bullet list or a numbered list inside PowerPoint. As you see, we get these drop downs that allow us to choose from the different styles and options we get for our lists and their looks. We also have this for numbers, for ordered lists, which can be either in numbers or letters or, you know, Roman numbers, and all the formatting that we have over here. We also can create nested lists as well. So all we need to do is that we need to press tab in order to go one step ahead. So this is one step ahead. Again, I can press tab, and this is 2 steps ahead. And we can continue that to infinity, as you see. This is what we have here in paragraph. We also have line height, which is about our text boxes as well. And we can control this to make whatever we want out of it. We also have text direction, which can either be left to right or right to left, which is about the language that you are typing in and is completely different with the alignment option. So alignment is about the looks and the appearance, but text direction is about more kind of foundation things and stuff. So you may be typing in English, but you want to type and your text stick to the right edge of your text box. So all you can do is that you can use left to right, but align to right, as you see. But if you're writing or typing or whatever you may call it in a right to left language, something like Arabic or Farsi, you can use this right to left text direction option we have over here. We also have text direction, which is about, as the name says, the direction to our text. So it can be horizontal, it can be rotated, or it can be stacked, which is also a cool style for itself. We have align text, which is about the alignment that we have due to our text box that we got. So as you see, for example, here, this title has sticked to the bottom, but this subtitle has sticked to the top. So we can control them, we can manipulate them and change them from here. I can say, I want you to stick to top, I want you to stick to the bottom. And this is how we can change things, as you see. So this is align text. We also have convert to SmartArt, which we can use for our texts. If you have been through the Microsoft Word course, you are familiar with SmartArts and what they are. And this is where we can convert our selected text into a SmartArt. As easy as that. The next section we have is clipboard, which is again very important. Clipboard provides us with the three main commands we have: cut, copy, and paste, and also the format painter. So let's get started with cut, copy, and paste. Cut is about cutting, a part of your text, or it can be not just text, but anything you have inside PowerPoint. It can be a video, an audio, an image, a shape, a table, a chart. We'll learn to add all of them as we go further. But it can be anything that you cut and you paste somewhere else. You also can copy, so make a clone of whatever it is and paste it somewhere else. So let's do it with this whole thing. So I want to cut it, and I come to slide 2, and here we get multiple pasting options. Use destination theme, which will do what you see with it. We can use replace and keep source formatting. So as you see, the font family, font size, and everything will be kept. We have picture, which is specifically for images, and we have keep text only, which will not do any formatting tasks or something, will provide us only with the pure text that we copied. So these are the options that we have got. I come back here and paste it where I cut it from. We also have copy, which is the same story. And again, we have all those pasting options. We also can access these commands by right-clicking. And as you see, we have paste options and cut and copy over here. We also can use the shortcuts to them. So for cut, it is Control X. For copy, it is Control C. And for paste, it is Control V. We also have Format Painter, which is a very interesting one. The Format Painter is about copying all the formattings of a text and applying all the changes that we have made to a certain text to another one. So how it works is that, let me, for example, change this font family. And as you see, this is what we have. For example, I want to apply the font family and the font size and everything of this text to another part of my text. So how I do that is basically by first selecting this text that I want to copy the style from. Afterwards, I can come here and select Format Painter and then select my destination text. And as you see, all the formatting will be applied. And now I can change them easily over here. So this is also Format Painter and how it works in Microsoft PowerPoint. We start with editing. Inside editing, it's all about finding and changing some kind of a text that we have inside our presentation. So for example, let's imagine that I come to slide 3 and again say the take of college, and come to the slide 5 and again say this is still the take of college. And now we have plenty of take of college over here. First, I can use find in order to find whatever specific word or phrase that I'm looking for. So I can say take off, for example. And if I say find next, as you see, this will take me through the places that I have this word or this kind of phrase inside, and it will select them for me. So as you see, I can click find next and it will bring me here, find next, and I'll be brought to slide 3, find next, and I'll be brought to slide 5, find next. That was the last match we found. As you see, if we search for something that doesn't exist, for example, I say BMW, and I click find next, as you see, it says we couldn't find what you were looking for. So it does not exist among your presentation. You also can use these options that we have over here. So you say match case. So let me show you something. For example, I say take off. And as you see, this is showing me this, which the T is small, but I used a capital T over here. If I check the match case, and again I click find next, this was the last one. So again, I say take off. As you see, I'm here. If I click find next, it will skip the small T takeoff because I chose match text. By keeping this match case selected and checked, and if I change my T here into a small t and I click find next, as you see, it finds this for me, find next, and says that was the last match we found because I left the match case checked. That's it. We also have replace, so it's about changing something. So how it works is basically just like how find works, but here we have an extra task which is about replacing the certain word that we are looking for with something. So I say this is the replace. So I click replace all, okay, and as you see, the takeoff college has now turned into the replace college, as you see. This is still the replace college, just like that. So we can change it back to how it was, again, by finding replaces and replacing replaces with takeoff. Replace all. And as you see, PowerPoint searched your presentation and made 4 replacements, okay? And this is what we have got. This was the editing section, and now is when we navigate to the Insert tab in order to get onto what we have over here. So we get plenty of different presentation options and different kinds of visuals that we can add inside our presentation here in Insert. And Insert is a very important tab over here. Let me get onto a different slide of mine. And now I come here and, for example, I start with table. With table, as the name says, we can add tables to our presentation from Insert tab and the table option. And here we have a visual selector of the cells, of the arrangement of them, of the numbers of them, and how I want them to be. So I can click wherever I want to stop as you see. And this is how I can get a table for myself. I also can click draw table, and by the tool that it gives me, I can, as easy as you see, draw something. I can also use it to add lines and different cells to it, as you see. Very easy. And I can continue drawing until I get what I'm exactly seeking. So these are multiple options. Whenever it comes to adding a new table here, we also can click insert table, and by doing that, we will be able to specify the exact number of our columns and rows, which have a maximum limit of 75 for each one. So I say, for example, I want 3 columns and 4 rows, and I click OK, and this is what we got, as you see. So whenever and wherever we are adding a table, the table design comes with it. So these 2 tabs, as you see, are added whenever we are selecting a table. And these 2 tabs are table design and table layout. The first one is table design, which is about the looks and the design of our table, as it says. We have multiple styling options and color options over here, as you see, for our table. We can control that manually from here. So we have shading, which is about the background colors or something. If we are in a specific cell, as you see, this will only change the background color to that specific cell that we are inside. But if we select the entire table, the shading will be applied to the entire table. We have borders, which we can set up and work with. We have effects, which can be applied to our table in order to make it look exactly like we want. And we have styling options for the text inside the table over here as well. So how we add values and out content to our table, I think that's very understandable, and nothing you've been stalking in or something, you know. You just come here, click wherever you want, and add your text just like that, you know. This is how we work with tables. This is how we add values to them. As easy as that. We also have table layout here as an extra tab. It provides us with plenty of important settings. We have cell margins, addable and applicable. We have text direction. We have alignment, different types of alignments over here. So we have either vertical or horizontal alignment. We can set them all through here. We can set the language to our table, so it can either be right to left or left to right, the direction I mean, you know. We have insert column right, insert column left, insert below, insert above, delete, which provides us with different deleting options, as you see. And this is basically what we got when it comes to tables in Microsoft PowerPoint. But there's a very, very important point about these 2 tools. As you saw, we have zoom and we have hand. And you saw how we can use them both to navigate. But the very important point here is that zoom tool and hand tool take a lot of time from us for clicking on them, for navigating between them and using them. And navigation is a process that has to happen very quickly, you know, when we are working in real world projects. And that's why we mostly actually use those shortcuts options that we have to these navigation tools. And how those shortcuts are is, as I say, we have Control+, so you press Control and the plus from your keyboard in order to zoom in, as you see. We have Control minus in order to zoom out. So Control plus, Control minus. We have Control 0 to get back to the default view and have the entire of our project viewable over here. So it is Control 0. So again, we have Control plus, Control minus, and Control 0. The next visual I want to talk about and I want to add is screenshots. So what it basically does is that it allows us to clip a part of our screen of those opened windows that we have inside our computer, and you may need it. You may have specific presentations that you need screenshots from your computer, so it will be a good option. And how it works is basically, how an image works. So it will take this screenshot and provide you with an image which can be applied and set up with all the options that we had for any other kind of an image, So I delete it by selecting it and pressing delete from my keyboard. The next visual we have here is shapes. So how shapes work is basically we open this drop down up, we choose from all these options we are given. Let me first navigate to another slide of mine. So now I first need to select my shape. So I want this shape, for example. Then by clicking and dragging, as you see, I will be able to have that shape and implement it or insert it inside my project. As you see, we have an extra tab opened here as well called shape format. This shape format will allow me and provide me with different settings we have for these shapes. First one is shape styles, which come in different colors and in different styles, which are all preset and we can choose from. We also have manual settings for that. So we have shape fill, we have shape outline, the color, the weight and everything. And we have shape effects as well. So I use this 3D rotation kind of thing, We have alt text here as well. So it's what I just explained about it. We also have word art styles, which are all about the text inside the shape. How it works is basically we right click on a shape, we click edit text, and we can add a text here. So this is my shape text. And as you see, all the designs and all those styles and effects will be applied to the text as well. So I can come to home always and control the text inside of it, the font family, the font size, the color and everything. And I also can provide this text with different styles and presets we have over here from shape format, word art styles. Or these settings I've got, text fill, text outline, and text effects, which are all available to my text particularly. The next insertable that I wanted to talk about is icons, which you can click on the option from the insert tab. And as you see, the stock images window will be opened up and we have icons over here. So you can search inside them. For example, I want an icon for graduation, Okay, education, none here. Well, let's say I want a pen. Search didn't match any content, please try another term. Okay, whatever. Let's choose from here actually. I choose this brush, for example. I click insert. And as you see, this is how I can get an icon, as easy as that. So you have graphics format, which is about its color and everything. And I can change its size just like that and use it inside my project as an icon. We also have 3D models, which is a very interesting newly added option to Microsoft Office. 3D models provides us with plenty of these elements that we have and we can use. We have plenty of categories, and in each category we have plenty of options. So how these 3D models work is that we can rotate them, we can go through them, you know, we can see them from any perspective or view that we want, and we can use them inside our presentations. They are actually very luxury and cool looking in many terms and in many possibilities. So all you need to do is that you need to click insert, and as I did, you can wait for it to be inserted. And now we have sizing options just like we have for any other kind of visual element in PowerPoint. We have this toggle over here, which we can use in order to rotate 3D. So we can go through the object we have completely, just like that, as easy as that. And that's what we have, you know. We can rotate it. We also have preset angles and views that we can choose from. And after all, place it where we want and use it inside our project. Just like that. We also have charts. So how we insert charts. Beforehand, a lot of people ask me about the difference between SmartArts and charts in Microsoft PowerPoint. I have explained that inside our Microsoft Word course completely before, but I want to do that again right here, just in case you have not watched that course. So the actual difference between a chart and a SmartArt is that chart for showcasing data, which is in number, so numeric data, you know, some kind of a statistic or something, while SmartArts are more about explaining a concept or showcasing a concept which is not in numbers, you know, but in words or something like that. So whichever of these two that you choose, you just need to click on that. So let's start with SmartArts. So I click on it, and as you see, we get plenty of different styles we have for a SmartArt graphic. We can choose from them and click OK, and this is what we get. We get a SmartArt design tab opened over here. We can select from the styles it provides us with and change the color from here. And here is where we can add the values and the items that we want to our SmartArt. So I can say this is it, this is that, you know, and we can go ahead and actually add all these values in order to achieve what we are seeking inside our SmartArt. The next option we have is a chart, which works basically the same. You just need to first come here and choose from all these styles which of these styles you want, and by pressing OK, you will get your chart over here, and a Microsoft Excel window will be opened, which you can add your data inside. So you can change these, you know, categories. For example, I name it something. I say banana, you know, And as you see, this will be applied directly over here. I say orange. And as you see, this will change as well. I say, for example, kiwi, and the last one is potato, you know. So we also can change these. We also can change these numbers, everything, you know, everything. And after all, we can close this window. We have our charts now. Let me cut it and paste it here. That slide was getting very crowdy. We also can change this title by clicking and selecting it. I can say, this is my chart. We also have chart design tab opened whenever we select our chart, and we can choose from all the preset designs that it provides us with again. We also can change the colors to our chart in order to achieve what we've always wanted. By right-clicking, we get edit data, which is also available here in the chart design. We have edit data, which is basically about opening that Microsoft Excel window once again, and you can change the data to your chart through this. So whenever you close it and you want to access it again, all you need to do is that you need to select your chart, come to chart design and click edit data, or right click and click edit data, just like that. The next thing about inserting into Microsoft PowerPoint, so the next insertable thing that we have is videos and audios. In order to do that, so in order to import any kind of media into our PowerPoint presentation, all we need to do is that we need to come to the Insert tab, as always. And here we can see video, so we can open it up. We get three options. We can either add an online video here, or we can use the stock videos that Microsoft provides us with, or we can use this device. So we can choose from the videos that we have inside our computer. For example, I have this video prepared, which is a piano of the Vienna song. I just choose the video that I want to insert in my computer throughout this insert video window. And after choosing it, by clicking insert, it will be inserted. View from selected file. Verify that the necessary 64-bit codec for this media format is installed, and then try again. Okay, it's not edible, but well, let's try the stock videos instead. Let's see what this has to offer. For example, I want this one. Click insert and wait until this is downloaded. So as you see, this is what we get. This is how a video is inserted, and we have these play buttons, we have this toolbar, and we have all the controls of a complete player. We can change the size of this video, we can change its location, and place it wherever we want it to be. Whenever we have a video inserted inside our presentation, by selecting it, as you see, the video format tab will be opened and will be shown over here. So by clicking on it, it will be opened up. As you see, we have video styles, which again are presets that are also applicable to videos here. We can change the video shape of us to whatever shape we want, as you see. We can change the video border settings, the color of it, the weight of it, as you see, the style of it, or anything like that. And we also can use these video effects that are applicable. All are applicable. The reflection, the shadow, the presets, the glow, the 3D rotation, and anything like that. So these are all about designing the video. We also have correction options about brightness and contrast of the video. We can apply colors as we used to do with images. We can now do that with videos. We can either add or edit the alt text. I've explained what this alt text is about previously, and you probably know that. And we also can reset design if we have made any changes and we want everything to be back to normal. We also have this playback tab, which is very important as well. This is all about how this video is going to perform inside the actual presentation. We can choose how it's started, so we can either click in order to start playing it, or it can be played automatically. So by checking this automatically, as you see, if I change to the presentation mode, the video will just start playing by itself. I don't need to do anything, you know. But if I choose when clicked on, as you see, the video is not played. I can come on it and click in order to start playing it. As easy as that. So I end show, and what else do we have? We have volume settings. We have fade in and fade out applicable. We can add bookmarks, and you can trim our video if we don't want a part of it. We can trim it from the beginning or end, and by clicking OK, all the changes will be applied to our video. We also can insert captions. It's very cool. So we can add SRT files. Those captions will be added to our video. And these are all the plenty of options that Microsoft PowerPoint provides us when it comes to adding videos to our presentations. The next addable is audio. So we can come to the Insert tab, and here we have audio. We can either select an audio from our PC or record one over here. So if I click Record Audio, this window will be opened, and I will be able to do that. Now I want to import one from my PC, for example. So I come find this. This is a song called Thank You. I choose my MP3 file and click Insert. And this is what I have got over here. So I click on play. As you see, we've got this audio over here. We have audio format, which again provides us with different styling options and stuff for this little audio icon we have over here. And in playback, again, we have volume. We have start, so it can either be by click or automatic. So if I change to presentation mode, now as you see, I can navigate through it. We also get play across slides, which is about, do we stop it when you go to the next slide, or we keep playing it? So if you check this play across slides, this will be played in the background of our project, and it will be a background song or something like that, you know, and will be played across all these slides that we have. We can use loop until stopped. So whenever the song ends, it will go to the start until our presentation is done, and we're done with our presentation. We can use hide during the show. So there are two presets to all these settings that we have over here, which is no style. that if we click on, as you see, all are set back to default. So no style is the default, basically. That how it works is that we have this icon over here. We can play it and we can navigate through it easily. But we also have the play in background option, which will function like this. So whenever we are in the transition, there's no icon or anything for the audio, but the audio is played automatically and is a sound in the background, you know. So we can have that as well. We also have fade in and fade out over here for our audio, just like we did for our videos. We also can insert captions over here. We can trim our audio, just like how we could with the video part. And we can cut it from the beginning or the end. We can add bookmarks, and that's basically it, you know. This is all the settings that we have got for audios in Microsoft PowerPoint. As you know, Microsoft PowerPoint is mainly about presentation, and presentation is mainly about visuals. So animations are very important when we have all these visuals around. So animations are applicable to everything that we have gone through until now. Either it's a table or a text or an image or a video or a chart or a SmartArt or a shape or a 3D model, anything that it is, animations are applicable to it. And in order to apply an animation to an object, first we need to select that object, and then we need to come to the animations tab, and here we have plenty of them available. So basically in Microsoft PowerPoint we have three main kinds and types of animations overall. So there are entrance animations, there are emphasis animations, and there are exit animations. We also have motion paths, which is probably the fourth one. So we have four kinds of animations. When we use entrance animations, how it works is that the object did not exist, the object was not there, and whenever we click, it will appear, you know. And all the entrance animations are shown in this green color that we have over here. We have plenty of them that we can choose, and as you see, will be previewed on the object that we have selected. We also can come here and click more entrance effects, and the full list of all the entrance animations will be available for us that we can choose and select from there. We also have emphasis, which is basically the object is there, but whenever a click happens, this animation will be applied to the object. It will not be entered or it will not be exited. It will stay there. Just a small animation will be applied to it. So these animations are yellow. And by clicking more emphasis effects, you will access the full list as well. And we also have exit animations, as you see, which are in red and are available here in more exit effects. And the last one is motion paths. So these are very cool ones as well and are available in more motion paths. And they are basically a certain path that the visual that you've selected will go through that path completely in order to make an animation. Just like that. Whatever animation that we choose will work basically like this. So whenever we are in the presentation, for example, I chose an entrance animation for the image, as you saw. So whenever we are in the presentation mode, all I need is a click to appear that object that I've animated, as you see. So we can change this thing. So here in the start part, we can change the start from on click to with previous or after previous. And these will be very important as we have duration and delay over here. And we can work with all these timings in order to make our animations happen automatically and with no click or same thing involved. So these are controllable as well. We have trigger, which is about advanced that triggering options about how and when and by what will the animation be started and all same kind of things. By choosing each animation, we may have different options to that effect or to the animation. For example, this wipe, as you see, has 4 directions and comes in 4 directions that are manageable from here. So you choose the animation here and you see all the options that it provides you with over here in the effects option part. We also have animation pane, which is a very important concept. So imagine having multiple visuals inside a slide. So I add a couple of them. For example, a plus as well. I change its color and this is what we have got. Yes. So I also provide these with entrance animations. And as you see, this animation pane will be all about the order of those animations happening. So as you saw, I gave animations to all these 3 visuals. So whenever I'm in the presentation mode, by the first click, only the image will be shown. By the second click, this square will be shown, this rectangle, And by the third click, this plus will be shown. So if I want to change that order, I can always use this animation pane. So we can drag them and change their place. So now I brought this cross or plus, what I call, to the first stage or to the first level. So if I go to the presentation mode with the first click, as you see, the plus will be animated just like that instead of the image. We also have the durations to those animations visible over here and are controllable, as you know, from here. So we can decrease the duration to any animation. So now if you see, it will be shown more quickly. The animation is applied fully, but the duration is decreased. And these are all the settings and all the options that we have got for animating different visuals inside Microsoft PowerPoint. The next thing that I wanted to talk about, and a lot of the times is misunderstood with the animation, because they may have conceptual overlaps, but they are 2 completely different things, is transitions. We have animations and we have transitions. So what is the difference to them? In Microsoft PowerPoint, whenever we want to animate a certain object or a certain visual, what I call, we can go through animations and use animations in order to do that. But transitions are about the entire slide. So transitions are about when we are going from a slide to another. So in order to add transitions to any slide that you're on and you're working on, you can always come to the slide you are in, and in transitions, in the transitions tab, you will be able to see all the different options that we have. The very important point to mention is that whenever you are in a slide, the transition will be applied to the entrance of that slide. So transitions are about the entrance of each slide. So now that I'm here, whatever transition that I choose is about coming from 3 to 4. So it's the entrance of 4, not from 4 to 5. Very important. So in the transitions tab, as you see, none is selected, but I can choose from multiple options that I have here. I have fade, I have push, as you see. I have reveal, and just like what we had in the animations part, we also have effect options here. So we can basically have settings for each transition that we select, if there's any, and we can choose from multiple types of transitions that each of these effects provide us with. So as you see, there's plenty of them. And how it works is basically you come here, you select the one that you want. You select the effect options that you want for that particular transition. You can add sounds over here. As you see, for example, I chose camera. So if I go to the presentation mode, as you see, if I click, as you see, the camera sound was applied and my transition was applied as well. Now I need to click in order to make other parts and other visuals of my presentation visible, as you saw. So the sound we had was for this audio. I want to make it no style and retry the presentation. So now, as you see, the camera sound was played and the transition was applied, just like you saw. And now we have animations, just like that. So yes, in terms of transitions, we also have duration to each transition, and we have apply to all, which will apply all the settings that you've made to this style to all of the slides that we have inside our project. We also have options on how our transition will occur and will work. So it can either be on mouse click, so whenever we click, we will be headed forward to the next slide, or we can add this after something, we can add this timing to each slide of us. So we will not need to do anything when we are presenting. The timing will do it itself. So each slide will have a certain time or something like that, and will be changed after that time we are talking about. We are starting off with the Draw tab in Microsoft PowerPoint. So when do we use Draw tab? There are times that we want to draw things, simply. We want to add some kind of drawings with our mouse, or we even may have some kind of a pen or something that we can use in order to make those drawings. But sometimes we want to make very specific drawings. We want to add up a signature, or we want to explain a concept. So we need to add a new drawing to our project. And this is what PowerPoint, just like Microsoft Word, allows us to do. And all of that happens through the Draw tab in Microsoft PowerPoint. So here, as you see, we have plenty of drawing tools that we are going through right now. The first one that I want to talk about is this pen tool. So this black pen provides us with the ability to click and draw, as you see. And as the name says, it's a very simple pen. So let me say the takeoff, right? So I can write, I can draw, as you see, as easy as that. And I can also come here and click this thing. So open this up, and I will be able to access the settings of my pen. So this is the pattern that it uses. As you see, here we have the thickness of my pen, so I can change it over here. I can either increase it, so the size of my pen will be bolder, will be bigger, as you see, or I can decrease it, or I can choose from these presets over here as well. And that's how it works. We also have the color to our pen. So it's very cool. We can either have these simple colors that we have as our preset colors, and we can use them and draw. But we also have the ability to use these beautiful patterns, let's say, and these beautiful textures that we are provided with, and we can use these as well to make our drawing. So I say gold, for example, and if I draw, as you see, it's beautiful. You know what I'm saying? This special kind of style that we can add up to our pen, the pen that we're using. So we also have more colors, and using this colors window will be opened for me. I can choose and try to figure out my end color that I'm looking for over here if I didn't find that over there. Or I can even use this custom thing, so I can add up hex codes or RGB codes and eventually find my color out of these unlimited kind of, infinity number of colors. I can use these codes to identify the very specific color, for example, my brand color, or something like that, and use the very specific color inside PowerPoint. So this is also able, and this is accessible as well. So that's it. This is all that we have with this pen. Let me set it back to black. So we also have this red pen over here. As I just mentioned in the beginning of this lesson, everything that I'm talking about is exactly what I said and what I mentioned in the Word Masterclass. So if you've been through that, you will be a little bit bored with this lesson, because everything that I'm talking about is what I have mentioned before. But the reason that I'm explaining it all over and explaining all of it again is that a lot of people may only use PowerPoint. So they may come to this very specific course as a resource, as a primary resource. So everything has to exist in this course. And it doesn't matter if I've explained it before in another course, you know what I'm saying, in another concept or context. So, yep. So here we have this red pen, as you see. I have explained it, but I do it again. So what is the difference between these two pens? We have a black pen, as you see, and we have a red pen. And what is the difference? We actually even have a pen galaxy. So we have 3 pens in PowerPoint. They were 2 in Word, if I'm not wrong, and if you remember. But here we have 3. So what is the difference between them? If we open them up, you'll see that all the settings are the same. The thicknesses are the same. The color options are the same. And they are basically the same things. So why do we have all of these? And why are they separated? As I mentioned in the Word course, this is all about accessibility. So we have this pen and we set it to a certain color and everything. And we also have the ability to have 2 other pens that we add up preset settings to each. And then we can switch between these. So we can navigate between our themes, between our pens and between the options that we are given. And that's actually very easy. So if you want to use 3 colors in your drawing, you can set them up beforehand. So I say black, red, and green. And then I can use the black one. Then I can switch to the red one, as easy as that. So I don't need to go ahead and change the settings and everything. And I can click on this and use the green one. So this is all about accessibility, that we have these 3 pens over here. Yes, so these are pens that we have. We also have pencil. So pencil has a little bit of more of a different kind of texture. So if I make it the boldest possible, and if I draw, you'll see that the texture that it has, it's trying its best, the software I mean, is trying its best to demonstrate a pencil as good as it can, you know. And as you see, this is having a lot of differences with the pen. And it's true about the pen as well. So when we're using the pen, as you see, in these textures, and when I'm clicking and drawing and, you know, everything, as you see, these lines of me do not have the exact same widths, you know, and do not have the exact same thickness, and it's not consistent because it is trying to make the pen that we're talking about as natural as possible. So as I said, it's trying its best to demonstrate an actual real world pen. And it's true about the pencil as well. So as you see, we're having this texture difference in the pencil tool, and we have thickness as well. As you see, we have colors as well. We do not have those patterns and those textures like galaxy and gold and everything about pencil, but I think that's understandable because we're having a pencil, you know, obviously. So you also have this more colors available for our pencils, and this is again another drawing tool that we can use inside Microsoft PowerPoint. So the next tool that we have in this Draw tab in our PowerPoint is this highlighter. So if I choose it and if I click and drag, you'll see that I'll be able to highlight things just like that, as easy as that. I can open this thing up, and again we have a thickness as you see in its settings. I can change it. We have colors, and as you see, these colors are very appropriate for the usage. So these are more of highlighter colors. You're probably familiar with all of them when it comes to highlighters. And as you see, it's very beautiful, you know. It's trying its best again to demonstrate a real world highlighter, and that's very beautiful. So you can use this one as well. We also have more colors over here, as you see, and we can use this window to access even more colors as well. And let me set it back to yellow. This is our highlighter. Eraser, again, as you see, has a couple settings. It has point eraser, segment eraser, and stroke eraser. So these are the types of the eraser tool that we can use. And by clicking and drawing, as you see, the eraser will work just like this. So as you see, if I click, it will remove an entire of the exact line, like, you know, like there's a line that I've created and everything is connected to each other. And then if I click, it will remove the entire of it. So I can use point eraser. It will be different. As you see, I can remove a part of my line, for example, you know, just like that. Very beautiful. And we also have segment eraser, which will, as you see, try to remove a segment. So it recognizes all those points of intersection and interaction, and we'll try to detect a segment and then remove that segment. So these are the eraser types that we're having, and this is the eraser tool that we can use, as easy as that. And the size, the thickness I mean, is only available for the point eraser, as you see. And it's changeable, so we can make it bigger and bigger, as you see, or smaller and smaller. So that's it. We also have selection tools. We have two of them actually. We have lasso select and we have the actual selection tool. So as you see, these drawings that we make create all these selectable parts, and we can move them, we can resize them, and we can do all of these things using this select tool. But we also can use lasso selection for selecting a large portion of them. So if I want to select all of them, for example, I can easily use this lasso selection and then create my changes on them. So I can, for example, press delete on my keyboard and they will be removed as easy as that. And this is all with the select tool and with the lasso select tool in draw tab. The next part is the ruler. So it's very cool again. Let me show you how it works. So we're having an actual ruler. I can move it, as you see, and no matter what I'm using, so it can be a pen, it can be a pencil, a highlighter, when I try to stick my line to this ruler, it actually will, as you see. So if I click anywhere near this ruler, and if I drag, you see that the ruler will work, you know, like an actual ruler. So it's very cool. I do actually love this draw part of Microsoft Office. I really do, because it's very professional, I believe. So you also can use the scroll button on your mouse, and you can scroll, and then the ruler, as you see, will rotate around, and you can play with these angles, and you can move the ruler as well. And this is also usable. So the ruler works like this in PowerPoint, and it's a very cool tool again. I do really like it. So in this insert tab, we have plenty of abilities. Beforehand, let me start typing over here. So I say, let's take off college. Entrance fee is, let's say, $4,990, right? Yes. So I'm having this. How did I add up this dollar sign over here? By pressing Shift and number 4 on my keyboard. So Shift and 4 will create me a dollar sign on the keyboard that I have. And it's actually very common. So if you've seen, in most keyboards, in an international aspect, in most keyboards that we have, we do have the dollar sign available. But a lot of the times we want to add up the signs of other currencies inside our project, and that can be very challenging to us, but I'm going to go through them right now. So the first one is pound sign, the British pound, I mean. So you're having this text over here, but instead of this dollar sign, you want to have the pound sign. So it's 4,990 British pounds instead of dollars. In order to do that, first you need to put your cursor inside the text so you can type, but you don't type. Then you come to insert, and in symbols, if you click symbol, you'll be able to access this big kind of symbols library, and all of them are available to you. So over here we have recently used symbols, and as you see, I can find British pound over here, but if you didn't, you can easily search for it. So you can look here until you find the sign that you're looking for. And for example, I click here and click insert, and then the British pound will be inserted over here, just like that. There's also a character code that you can actually add over here. So let's say you want this British pound and you use it a lot. We don't have search here, as you see, but we have this code that you can memorize. So for British pound, it's 00A3. 00A3. It's 00A3. So if I remember that, and whenever I come to this symbol and open up this window, I can use 00A3. So I'm here. I say 00A3, and then the British pound will be found for me, as you see. So that's how we can add this sign to our PowerPoint project. We also have euro. So let's say we're having this British pound sign, but we don't want that. It's 4,990 euros. So in order to add euros, we do the same. Basically, we come to insert, symbol, And then we look for euro. So as you see, I'm having it over here, but if you did not find it, you can add the character code, which is 20 AC for the euro sign. It's 20 AC. So wherever you are in this big library of symbols, if you click here and say 20 AC, as you see, the euro sign will be found as easy as that and as fast as that for you. And then you can click insert and click close, and the euro sign is added to your PowerPoint presentation as easy as that. So we also have yen, which is very popular. Let's say that it's not in euros, it's in yens. That's actually the same thing and the same process. So in order to add the yen sign in PowerPoint, you come to insert again, and in symbol, you open this up. And as you see, I'm having yen over here, but you may not find it. So you're stuck in this very big library that we're having. And you can click here in the character code and search for 00A5. And that's the code for yen. So again, I say 00A5. As you see, yen is found as easy as that. And by clicking insert, it will be added to our project. So this is all that we have with these symbols. But this doesn't end here. We also have other signs that are used often that we can access using this symbol button. So we have this copyright sign, as you see, right? We have the registered sign, which I'm looking for, but they are honestly pretty hard to find, right? But as you see, we have plenty of options over here. So if you're searching for a very specific thing, it's very unlikely that you cannot find it in this huge symbols section that we have. So yes, go through it, try to explore it and try to get familiar with it, because it's a very useful option in the Insert tab of our Microsoft PowerPoint. The next thing, and the last thing that we want to go through in this mini lesson, we can say, is mathematics in Microsoft PowerPoint. So that's a very, very used, in many cases, term, and a very used kind of usage that the software provides us with. And it is about equations. So I'm having this text box and opening this equation up. As you see, I'm having plenty of options. I want to say insert new equation. And then, as you see, my text box is converted to an equation text box. So over here, I have plenty of abilities and I can do many things. For example, I can add fractions over here. So I went to insert, I selected my text box, I converted it to an equation, and then in this equation tab, I can add a fraction. So I can click this and a fraction will be added to my project as easy as that. I can add scripts. So as you see, I can use all of these subscript, superscript kind of formatting options that we had, if you remember. We also have them in this equation tab, and we can use them for our mathematical, we can say, goals that we have. We also have radicals, so they are available in this equation tab as well. How did I access it? I remind you, I went to insert and equation, insert equation. So I can add radicals, as you see, and radical with degree is available over here. I can add up a degree here, and I can add up a number, for example, over here. Yes, we have integrals, as you see. So we have plenty of options for this very specific thing, mathematical thing. We have brackets, we have limits and logs, and through this part we can add them here as well. We have operators, and after all we have matrices, so we can add up a matrix, right? And they are all available. So as you see, as easy as that, I can add up a matrix, for example, to my project, right? And these equations are a very good friend of people that have the usage of it and use it a lot, like mathematical teachers or physics teachers that want to present things, or even students of that field that want to present these equations can use this part of Microsoft PowerPoint as well. And as you see, we also have plenty of signs, mathematical signs over here. We have plus, we have minus, we have plenty of things. We have less than or equal, or we have more than or equal, right? We have multiply, multiplication, we have division, and all of these signs. We have infinity, right? We have plus, minus, and all of these signs are available in this equation tab of Microsoft PowerPoint. And that's basically all. So for saving, we can always come to File and Save As, and by clicking Browse, we will be able to save our document to our computer. As you see, we get plenty of types over here. The most important ones are PowerPoint presentation, PowerPoint show, and PDF. So let's try all of them one by one. Let me start with PowerPoint presentation. So I say the takeoffcollege.pptx and I click Save. And now my project is saved over there. PowerPoint presentation, so PPTX. How this PPTX work is that this is what we just created. So whenever that we find this file of us and double click on it, as you see, the presentation will be opened inside our PowerPoint, and we can continue editing and continue contributing our work onto our presentation. So this is how we can save all the work that we've done and have access to it anytime that we want further. So this was the first option. What was it? PowerPoint presentation, the default one, right? I also come to File, click Save As, Browse, and now this time choose PDF and click Save. It may take some time, as you see, and as it did right now. It was PDF, which is again a format of keeping information. PDF, as you see, doesn't come with many of the features, like we cannot have audios in our PDF, we cannot have videos in our PDF, but PDF will keep our data the safest that it could be. So it will keep our data, keep the formatting, nothing will be changed, and we can easily take it and go to any other devices and present it over there, you know, and nothing will be changed. But again, there comes many disadvantages to PDF. For example, we don't have the transitions, we don't have the animations, we don't have the media like audio and video and things like that. But it also is an option and may be used and needed in many cases. Here, the last type that I wanted to talk about is PowerPoint Show. So I try all three of them. We also had PowerPoint Show. After all, the last thing that I wanted to talk about is the presentation mode, which is about when you have created your project and now you are presenting it in the show or the meeting or whatever you prepared your project for. So in the presentation mode, we have plenty of different options. First, we have next slide and previous slide over here. So we have these two buttons. Whenever that an action has happened, for example, this transition, or by accident you clicked and this animation happened when it should not have been happened. In order to go back, you can use this back arrow and you will be able to go back all this process that you have come and all this path that you have come. So these two buttons are available for next and previous slide. We also have this pen, which or whatever it is, I think it's a brush or something. It will provide us with a laser pointer, which is this cursor, this cool cursor that we get. It won't do anything special, but it will just look like this, You can't draw with it or something like that. But the only thing about the laser pointer is that whenever you click, nothing will be changed. So if you click with your mouse, you will not be forwarded to the next slide or anything like that. So it will stop you from that. And you will be able to do that by these two buttons, Whenever you want to keep yourself from making such mistakes or making mistaken clicks or something like that, you can choose this laser pointer while presenting, and it will provide you with that. It will save you. We also have pen, which is about drawing, as the name says. We can set the color to our pen and we can change it all the time. We have highlighter, which works just like a real highlighter does. We have eraser, and we have erase all ink on slide. So by clicking on this, everything will be removed, everything that we just draw or something like that, What else do we have? We have the option to zoom in and navigate through a certain slide by this button that we have over here. This button, I mean. And we also get these three dots, three circles that provide us with different options. For example, we can go to an empty screen if we want to add further explanations and want to, for example, draw or write something over here. We can always come and choose this white or black screen. We can always, again, unwhite or unblack it in order to go back to where we were. And at the end, we have end show, which is about ending the presentation we have and getting back to how we used to be. Hey everyone, we are getting started with one of the most requested and most wanted courses, which is nothing but the Microsoft Excel course. So let's jump right into it, getting started with the introduction to Microsoft Excel and getting to know what it actually is. So Microsoft Excel was first released in 1985 with the Microsoft Office family. As I've talked about it and I've mentioned it before in the Word and PowerPoint courses, Microsoft Excel is one of the core products, one of the three core products to the Microsoft Office family. And if we consider this Office thing a family, Excel can be considered as one of its childs. A lot of people believe that it may be the smartest child or something like that. And yes, that can be considered as a true thing. So Excel is more of a professional one in between these three options that we have. Word and PowerPoint are more commonly used tools, while Excel is also known as a professional like accounting tool and things like that. And we are going to go through it completely throughout this course that we are in. So Excel is a spreadsheet editor. What spreadsheet is a computer application, as you see, for computation, organization, and analysis and storage of data in endless forms of tables. And that is basically what we do with Microsoft Excel. So the primary usage of Excel is storing data, and as well as storing that data, Excel provides us with plenty of amazing options when it comes to organizing and analysis inside that data. And we are going to learn it completely inside this course. So in order to get Excel before anything, you can always come to the official Microsoft website. And as you see here, we have Microsoft Excel. It has a sign up for free option, and it also provides us with plans and pricing for Microsoft Excel, which is free. As you see, we can use Microsoft 365 Personal or Family. It also has special kind of pricings and plans for businesses that can be used and can be installed through. So after sign upping right here for free, it will provide you with a file or something like that you can use that file in order to install Microsoft Excel on your computer the right way. So this is actually the correct way that you can get it, and you can have it through the Microsoft official website. And after downloading it and installing it, which is the process that we skip today because it is very easy, and it has nothing to go through. Afterwards, you will have the icon of the software, as you see, something like this, and you can jump straight into it by double clicking and opening it up. And this is what we are getting started with. So as you see over here, we have plenty of different sections. This is the first thing that you are probably going to face when you open the software up. So here we have plenty of options for creating a new project. As you see, it can either be a blank workbook or from the presets that Excel provides us with, which are used in many cases, and we are going to go through them in the next lessons, which are more kind of project-based lessons, but not in this lesson. In this lesson, we are going through the essentials. So here we have blank workbook, as you see. Here we have an area for your previously and recent project, which you have previously worked on or created or edited, and you will be able to access them through here. Yours may be empty as you are just getting started with the Microsoft Excel. And over here we have this options. I mention it in all the Office courses that we've had, so I've mentioned it in Word and PowerPoint courses as well. Over here in general, you can access Office theme, which is, as you can see, set to colorful. I just wanted to say that if it's set on use system setting, or white, something like this, or black, if you do not feel something like this, you see, the dark mode, I love it actually, by the way. If you do not feel comfortable with it and you want to have the exact color sets that we are having in this course and in these videos, you can always access the options throughout this button over here, and in General tab, come to Office Theme and set it to colorful, which is going to be the case that we are using inside this course. So in order to create your first ever Excel project, your first ever spreadsheet, all you need to do is that you need to come and click on this blank workbook button. And afterwards, as you see, we are headed towards this complicated sounding and very professional sounding dashboard that Excel provides us with. And this is the thing that you are going to learn in this lesson. And after this lesson, you are going to master the essential parts of it. So just like any other Microsoft Office software, Microsoft Excel provides us with navigation options in this bottom bar that we have over here. So we have this zoom bar, as you see, which can be used in order to zoom in our spreadsheet. We can do the same also by clicking on these little buttons, this -1 for zooming out and this +1 for zooming in. We also have this number, as you see, this number, which if I click on, I will be able to use it and give it a percentage in order to set my view and its ratio with the reality and, you know, same stuff. We have plenty of viewing options inside Excel. As you see, we are having normal right now. We can use page layout in order to see that if we want to print the data that we have, how will the data be looking like inside those papers that we are using. And using this page break view preview, as you see, again, this is for the purpose of printing and stuff, and it will show us the places that our data and our tables are being separated into multiple pages. And these are the different views that this software provides us with. So over here, as you see, the main creator and the main element of our projects and our works here is these small squares that you see, these rectangles, sorry, which are called cells. And these cells are creating an endless table. As you see, I'm scrolling and it is not ending. It is generating endless, rows and columns for me. So if I go this way, you'll see the same, that it will provide us with as many columns as we want. And this endless table is built for us to store and analyze and organize our data. Over here, as you see, this is a sheet itself, which is, as you just saw, an unlimited kind of a table. And this sheet can be plenty, in one Microsoft Excel project, which is called a book. We can have many of these sheets, and they are creatable through this plus button. So if I press it, as you see, I'm having sheet 2 now, and I can navigate between my sheets. So if in sheet number 1, for example, I say the take of college, as you see, if I go to sheet 2, I can't see it, because this is a different setting for itself. If I go back to sheet 1, as you see, I will be able to see it. I can right click on these sheets and I can rename them. For example, my own sheet. I can move or copy them. I can delete them, or I can insert new ones by clicking on this insert option as well. So I right click and delete this sheet. So this is how it basically works. This is how sheets work. And all these sheets are going to create us one book that we are working in right now. So after all, I zoom in a little bit, and here, as you see, we are having cells, and we can feel free to fill these cells with our data. So for example, I say name, email, you know, and phone number. So I say James Wilson, James Wilson 96 at gmail.com. These are sample data. Let me even use other emails. For example, I say, you know, James at thetakeoffcollege.com, you know, and a phone number +1 as you see. Okay, whatever. I'm adding other data here as well. So I'm saying, for example, we have William Smith, we have Brad Johnson, and these are, for example, the 3 names that we have over here. Three or something like this. So these are, as you see, the data, the sample data that I added over here. And now we want to go through the options that this weird looking software provides us with. So at first, just like what we had with Word and PowerPoint, we have the font section over here inside the Home tab. And through the font section, we can change the font family to our selected parts of our content. So let me tell you this beforehand. Let me mention this. In Word, if you remember, if we wanted to make any changes or change anything inside our document, before that we had to make a selection of that part that we wanted to change. We had this thing and this logic inside Microsoft PowerPoint as well. In Excel, we do have that as well, but here the difference is we can either be selecting a part. For example, I'm saying I'm just making changes on number, you know, on number only. We can either be applying our, you know, formatting and stuff on a certain part of our text, or we can be doing it with cells. So this is very common that we make a selection of a couple cells and we apply our changes to them. So this is how selection basically works in Excel. In Excel, it's not like Word or PowerPoint. We have cell selection inside instead of text selection, you know. So for example, I select this name, and here, as you see, I am able to choose from different font families that I have installed on my computer. For example, I say this. Let me actually choose this entire row. So this first row of mine, I want to set a couple formattings to. In order to do that, so in order to make a selection of a row or a column, all you need to do is that you can, and you need to come on the name of it. So it can either be a column, which is in letters, or a row, which are named by numbers. And you can come on it, and by clicking once, as you see, it will make a selection of the entire column to infinity, as you see. So I do this with this row, and over here I change the fonts family like that. I also can change the font size over here using these numbers. I can type a number. So for example, I want it to be 120. It is possible, you know, there are no limits to the game. But I choose 16, for example. We also have these two buttons. One is for increasing the font size, and one is for decreasing the font size. These two buttons can be used as well when it comes to font size and text formatting. The next options that we have over here, just like what we had with, for example, Microsoft Word, you know, are text formatting options, and they are available here as well. So I can bold a certain cell of mine. So I bold Brad Johnson, for example. And as you see, this is functioning. I can make it italic over here. I can underline a certain text of mine, as you see. And we have border settings, as you see. So this will be applied to the cell or the cells that I'm making a selection of. So for example, I can select this part over here, and inside borders, I can say I want a thick outside border. And as you see, I just did it, you know. I can select this row of this table, for example, and I say I want a left border here. You see? I can say I want a bottom border for this cell, for example. And I am able to add borders to my cells and to my cell selections, just like that, and as easy as that. We also have more borders for more settings and options to those borders that we are creating and setting inside our project. Another thing we have over here is draw border, and using draw border we will be able to use this pen in order to make drawings, and by clicking and dragging make those kind of borders that we need to have and we want to have inside our project, just like that. We also have draw border grid, and using this we will be able to, as you see, by clicking and dragging, draw grids, not only borders. So it will make every single cell that we make a selection of having full of the 4 side borders. We have erase border, and using that, as you see, we will be able to erase all the changes that we have created by clicking and dragging and specifying a certain area. And using line color and line style, we will be able to make and specify the styles of those borders that we are adding and using inside our project. The next thing that we have is the cell background color, which can be specified over here. So I can say I want, for example, Brad Johnson to have a yellow background, and I can come here and click on it, and as you see, this is applied. I can choose between colors, and I can use that this easy using this fill color option. The next thing that we can change over here using the font section is the font color, and it is changeable using this font color option. So I say, for example, I want James Wilson to be purple, and as you see, I can choose from these colors that I have as options, and this will be applied to my selections. And that's how we change the color to a text inside Microsoft Excel. So after all, I'm headed over to the alignment section. So as you see, we have cells over here, and these cells have alignments. And those alignments, as you can guess, are due to those cells that they are positioned in. So in order to make alignments, we can just select at first, just like how we do it all the time. And over here inside the alignment section, as you see, we have plenty of options. So we can align everything to center, align everything to left, align everything to right, and we can as well vertically align them, as you see, to middle, top, or bottom. We have certain options of giving angles to our text. So as you see, I can make it like this, or vertical text, you know. These are all the styles that I can give my texts and my cells using this align section. Another thing that is settable and possible over here is the setting of our text direction. So it can be either left to right or right to left, and it can be either applied to one single cell or the entire of our project. And in order to do that, so in order to apply this to the entire of our project, first you need to select everything. And if you don't know that, in order to select everything inside Excel, you just need to come here and click on this little thing that we have over here, and this will make a selection of the entire of our spreadsheet. So every single existing thing inside the software. The next thing that we have over here is the styles section. So at first I make a selection of this table that I created, and opening this styles up, as you see, I am able to choose between all those styles and options and presets that this section is providing me with. So I can, for example, select this row of mine and come here and say I want to use this heading style for it. Sorry, these three are enough, not the entire row. So I say this heading thing, and for this part, for this bottom part, I say I want you all to look like this. And as you see, these are all settable through this styles section over here. We also have format as table. So this is when I'm selecting as what I just did. So I'm selecting an entire table and I want to format it. And these are the different options that this part provides us with. So in order to do that, I need to make a selection of my table, just like what I did, and choose one of these presets that we have over here. And it asks us that where is the data for your table. So this is how addressing works inside Excel. I am going to go through that completely in this lesson, but let's skip that. What is written here, it's just an address to the entire table that we have. And you can check or uncheck my table has headers, and by clicking OK, as you see, we will be headed forward to the table design, as now we have a table over here. As you see, whatever style that I'm choosing is being mixed with what I had selected over here. So here I set it to normal, and now as you see, all these table design styles are applicable, all these presets, and I can have my table just like that over here. The next thing that we have over here is the ability to either insert or delete or format our cells. So we can be changing these sizes to our cells through this format inside the cells section. And in order to do that, you need to at first again make a selection of what you want to change and come to format. And here we have row height and column width. And these are all settable over here. So I say 30, for example. And as you see, I can change the height to my row. And now if I align this to middle, as you see, this is more touchable now, these vertical align options. So I can also change my column width. So these numbers I think are in pixels, something like that, you know. And these are all settables using this cells format option. We have delete. So this is about deleting rows, columns, or the entire table. The table columns, the table rows. We can delete the entire sheet. And as you see, it says that this is the only sheet that you have, and that's why you can't delete it. In order to delete it, you need to add another one. So this is basically these that we just talked about. These are sheets, and they are controllable throughout these options as well. If I click delete cells, for example, as you see, this is what will be applied to my project. We also have insert. We can insert cells. We can insert rows. We can insert columns, as you see. We can delete columns. We can delete rows. And these are all happenable through this cells section that we have over here inside the Home tab of Microsoft Excel. The next section that is very important as well, and we want to go through right now, is the clipboard. So this is basically what we have had in the other software of Microsoft Office. So these are the commands that we had: cut, copy, paste, and format painter. Using cut and copy, you will be able to either cut or copy the cells that you have. So here we have cells, not text, not anything like that. We have cells. And for example, I copy this specific cell or a set of cells. So I choose these two rows, for example, of my table, and I copy them. And I come over here, I click, and then I will be able to paste. And we have plenty of pasting options, as you see. We have paste, we have formulas, which is about when we are copying and pasting formulas. So what are formulas? You are going to know them in this very lesson that we are in. Just wait for them. But this is about pasting them. We have keep source formatting. We have no borders, keep source column widths, as you see, transpose. We have values. We have values and numbers formatting. And as you see, there are plenty of options that it provides us with. As you see, we even have pasting options for pictures and illustrations specifically. So this is paste. We also have format painter. So I want to write something over here. I say the takeoff college. And I want this cell of mine look exactly like how this cell does. This name cell, for example. So all I need to do is that I need to first click this name, select it, and choose Format Painter, and then click and make a selection of my destination. And as you see, the Takeoff College will look exactly like this name cell does. And this is Format Painter inside Microsoft Excel. Now let's continue our work by heading over to the Insert tab. So these are important as well. Over here, as you see, we have plenty of insertables that we are going to go through one by one in this course. So the first thing that we can insert inside Microsoft Excel is pictures. And as you see, I can come to Insert tab, and using pictures, my picture can be either placed in a cell or placed over cells. So I start with place in cell, for example. As you see, for all, we have plenty of options. We can insert from this device, stock images, or online pictures. So I use this device and try to choose the logo to our college to be placed inside the cell. So this is, as you see, again, place in cell. And this is, as you see, what we have here. I can come to home, and using this cells part, and inside format, I can change the height to the entire row in order to see my logo better, as you see. So this is one option that we have for images. Another option, as you saw, is placing over cells, which will happen like this, as you can see. So I'm having this image of mine placed over the cells that we have. And as you see, as I imported and inserted this image of mine, the picture format tab was opened. So here I have plenty of options available. We have remove background, so we can remove the background of the image that we've imported and make it transparent. For this case, it's not usable because the logo that I've imported is already a transparent logo in the PNG format, as you see, but this is usable over here. We also have corrections, as you see, for brightness, contrast, and those kinds of settings, and I can change them over here. We have plenty of color options, so we can apply different colors to this image that we have over here. We have transparency, which is about the opacity to this image. So if I make it transparent, as you see, I can watch everything behind it, through it, just like that. So back to how it was. We have picture styles, just like what we had with the other Microsoft Office family softwares and members. And we can set picture border over here, the color, the weight, the style, and everything to it. I can set from picture effects, from the plenty of preset picture effects that we have, to my picture. And we also have picture layout, which will allow me to convert my picture into smart objects, as you see. We also have alignment options. We have rotate. We have crop. You know, they are all available over here as well. And this is the picture format tab inside Microsoft Excel. So the next insertable through this insert tab, let me remove these images, is shapes. And as you see, Microsoft Excel provides us with plenty of shapes, and we can choose and use any of them that we choose just by clicking on it and then clicking and dragging, and I will be able to draw that shape inside my project. As you see, the shape format tab is now opened and added. We have shape styles. We have presets for our shape style. We can set different parts of it ourselves, so we can change the shape fill, as you see, the shape outlines and the settings to them, the shape effects that it provides us with. We also have word art styles, which is about the times that we type inside our shape. So how we do that, how we add texts inside our shapes, inside Microsoft Excel, is that we right click on the shape and click edit text. And as you see, we will be able to add texts over here. The Takeoff College. And afterwards, this text is controllable through this word art styles. We can choose between these presets or set the fill, the outline, and the effects of it ourselves. As you see, we also have rotation options here, and that's basically all that we have. And as you see, shapes are flexible inside Microsoft Excel and movable and placeable anywhere that we want them to be. So the next insertable over here is icons. As you see, Microsoft Excel provides us with a wide range of stock images, which are icons basically, and we can choose between them, click insert, and that very specific icon and graphic that we've chosen is now imported to Microsoft Excel, and we will be able to use all these icons inside our project in order to make it look better or look more professional whenever that it is needed. The next insertable that we have over here is 3D models, which are available in all parts of the Office family, as you probably know. If you've been through Word course and PowerPoint course, you know what I mean. And over here, as you see, we can choose between these 3D models that it provides us with, and we can click on insert, and afterwards, as you see, we will have them inside our project. We have 3D model tab opened over here as well, which we can use to choose between different views that it provides us with, or we can use this button over here, as you see, for our 3D rotations in order to make the 3D model the exact thing that we are looking for. The next thing that we can insert is SmartArts. So in order to do that, first we click on this SmartArt button over here inside the Insert tab, and we go through all these presets that this provides us with. We need to choose the one that we are seeking to use and click OK, and as you see, SmartArt will be added to our project. So we can change the content to it using this part. So I say step 1, for example, step 2, step 3. And as you see, this is how we can have SmartArts inside Microsoft Excel. When we add them, this tab will be opened over here. So we have SmartArt Design, which is about the design and the color setup of this SmartArt that we've added over here. We can also convert it to another one. So we keep the data and convert this SmartArt to another one that we are seeking to use. We also have this formatting tab, this format tab over here, as you see, which we can use in order to style different shapes that are used inside our SmartArt, or different texts that are used and placed inside our SmartArt, just like that. The last thing that we can add inside illustrations section of the Insert tab is screenshots, which is basically about clipping a part of our screen, and it will provide us with the image that we've clipped inside our project in case that we need it. And as you see, we have a picture format for this screenshot opened over here as well, and that shows us that screenshots that Excel provides us have the exact same settings that an ordinary image can have. So that's basically it. After all, we have charts. So in order to explain that, first I need to come to File, click Open, and open one document that I have over here. I have prepared, which is and contains a sample data that I am going to use to create my chart over here. So here I zoom in a little bit. As you see, we have all this data, which are about regions, products, months, and the sales of those products in those specific months in those specific regions. So I want to convert this data into a chart. In order to do that, first I need to select, so I make a selection of this entire table that I have over here. I specify the areas that I want to use the data from in order to make my chart. And then I come to Insert, and as you see, I can't edit anything over here. Why? I assume because, yes, this has a protected view. I have protected it. We'll talk about these protection stuff later on. But so I make a copy of it and bring it to my actual project. I create a new spreadsheet and I rename it to charts. And then I paste the data over here by pressing Ctrl V. And I make a selection and come to Insert. And here, inside the Charts section, we can add our charts over here. So we have recommended charts. What this will do is basically, it's actually very, very cool. So what this will do for us is that it will go through the data that we have selected, and it will detect what kind of a data that we have, and detect that what kind of charts we may be seeking, because as you know, there are plenty of different types to charts. And using this recommended charts button, it will provide us with the recommended kinds of graphs and charts that it will provide us for this specific data with. So we can choose between them, and by clicking OK, as you see, our chart will be created. We can also be choosing the very specific kind of chart that we are seeking ourselves throughout these options that we have. So these drop downs are all about different parts and kinds of charts that we may have over here. And as you can see, we can choose any of them for any kind of specific showcasing purposes. And as easy as that, we can add charts to our project. So after adding them, as you see here, we have a chart title that I can click multiple times on and change it and say the sales report, for example. And afterwards, I can select the chart itself, and as you see, this chart design tab will be opened. So here I have different chart styles that I can select from. We have different sets of colors, as you see. This is very cool. And we also have the format tab for each specific part of our chart. If we want to make very personalized changes into different parts of it, we can use this format tab of charts that we are provided with. So that's basically it. That's all that we have with charts inside Microsoft Excel. Let's imagine that after all, I want to make a print of the entire of this data. So I want to print this table as well as this chart. And in order to do that, we need to set the settings and the setup of our printing activity. And in order to do that, we have this page layout tab over here, as you see. We can use page layout in order to set different themes and preset fonts and colors, as you see inside our project. And changing our theme will lead us to an overall change in the colors and in the fonts, font sizes and font families that we have over here. We can also change a very specific part to our theme. So we can just change the color, for example, or we can just change the fonts, you know, or we can just use those effects. And if we choose an effect over here, this will be applied to our entire project. The other things that we have over here are the page setup section elements and items. So the first one is margins, which is about the distance and the white space that is going to be placed between the border of the pages that we are printing on and where our content starts. So in order to understand these better, I'd rather switching to page layout view, and then we will be able to see it better. At first, as you see, when I switch, I will have a preview of how my project will look like. So for example, I want to move this chart and place it entirely in that one paper, in that single paper that I have, just like that. And then if I, for example, come here and change the margin and make it white, you will be able to see that we have changes inside these spaces that we have between the border and the edge of the paper. So these are margins. We also have orientation to our project. It can be either landscape or portrait. Why aren't they being applied? I don't understand, but whatever. So we have orientation as well, as you see. We have size, which is about the size to those papers that we are printing on. It can either be A4, A3, A5. All those international sizes over here are available. We have background, which can be a picture, as you see. So we can browse a file and insert a picture from our computer, and that will be set as the background to our project and our pages. And after all those settings, all you need to do is that you need to come to File and go to Print, and then you will be able to make a print of your spreadsheet as easy as that. And by clicking on Print, it will print you the data that you have selected. A very interesting way of working with data and viewing our data and going through it in order to make conclusions out of it that Excel provides us with. So basically a very interesting view of the data that Excel provides us with is these pivot tables that we have inside Excel. In order to go through them, at first, let me again open up another document that I have over here, a sample data for pivot table. And I click open. As you see, it's not editable, protected view. So I click enable editing, and then I will be able to make my changes over here. So here, basically, as you see, I have a table providing me with information about my customer, my customers, the product category that they purchased, the date, the quantity, the revenue, and everything. And I select this data, and going through the Insert tab, I click Recommended Pivot Tables. So what this button does is basically the same as what recommended charts used to do. As I said, recommended charts goes through the data that we have and somehow detects our kind of, how can I say, desired, styles of charts that we may want for this very specific content that we are selecting. And recommended pivot tables will do basically the same. So we have plenty of presets that it provides us with, which are pretty cool for this specific content that we have over here. And by choosing each of them and clicking OK, you will be familiar with the concept of pivot tables. So this is what we have basically for pivot tables. Over here, as you see, we have row labels, sum of quantity. I can open these up. So it has, for example, this very specific kind of table has categorized the orders of mine with the names. So it has listed the names. I can collapse the names, and under the names I can say the dates and the quantities of each order. And as you see here, we have sum of quantity. So the data that is not at all even mentioned here are the money that they have spent. So the revenue, as you see, is unchecked. The region, the product category, and order ID. So this is basically a pivot table. So let me delete it and create mine by selecting this data, coming to insert and clicking this pivot table from table/range. So first it says that what is your range. If you select your table, it will automatically provide it with the range. But if you want to get familiar with the addressing system that we have over here, as you see, first we have the name of the sheet. Then we have this specific mark. We have $, A, which is about the column. So we have column A, $1. So 1 is the number of the row. So A1. A1 is this order ID. This is about addressing. So I'll mention it again a little bit further. But then we have this little thing over here. Then we have again $, G, the column G, and the row 21. So G21. And this is the range. This is the area that we've selected. And by clicking OK, our pivot table, as you see, will be created. So I zoom in a little bit. And as you see here, we have filters, columns, rows, and values. So let me add, for example, let me add dates to rows. So as you see, we have the dates that orders have happened inside those dates. And then I add customer under them. So as you see now, my content is actually, and my data is actually sorted and categorized by the date that each purchase has happened. And as you see, we have no two purchases happening in a common date. So this is probably not that much of a smart kind of categorizing, but this is what you can see, So I remove it. I remove this field. I remove this field. Then, for example, I want to add category to my rows. So we have apparel, books, electronics, and home. And then I add customers inside that apparels. So then I will be able to see that, to that product categories, not apparels. And then I will be able to see that for each category, which customers are interested. So this is very, very cool. I actually love pivot tables because, as you can see, they are amazing, They are basically everything that we need in order to analyze the data that we have collected. So this is, as you see, the name of people who are interested in those specific categories. And then I can add something to filters. So I say quantity. And then if I open this up and I say quantity 2, okay, only the customers who have had purchases with the quantity of 2 will be visible. You know what I'm saying? So these are filters. I remove it. We have columns as well as rows. So I say the revenue, for example, you know, and these are added as columns over here. So for example, one thing that I can do is that I can use product category as a column. And as you see now, we have, for example, those customers, and then we have categories, and then we can create a relationship over here. So we can say that I want the order IDs to be listed here, you know. We have values over here as well. So if I change and I move this order ID to this values, as you see, it will create a sum of all order IDs of Alice in this category, for example, you know. So I move it out, I remove it. One thing I can do is that I can bring this revenue inside value, and it will be very cool. So now it is using the info that we gave it. So the info comes from this table, if you remember, right? This is the table. So this is actually going through all the customers that we have had and is saying that inside each category, how much money has this customer spent overall. So this is sum of revenue. This is the summary of the money that they have spent. Or sum of quantity, for example. So I can bring it over here, just like you see. So for example, as you see, Alice has only bought one apparel kind of a thing, but has bought 11 books, you know, as you see. So pivot tables are basically it. You can play with these in order to get familiar with them. This is more of a functionality thing and more of an analysis tool rather than a tool of creation or an editing tool. And I love it. As you see, this is a lovely tool inside Microsoft Excel. And just like what you learned, you can go through different kind of sample datas and play with these in order to get familiar with it and in order to learn how to use it appropriately inside your projects. After all, the next thing that I want to go through, which is again a very interesting one, is the functions and the formulas that we have inside Microsoft Excel. So beforehand, let's talk a little bit about the concept of addressing inside Excel. So every single data, every single cell that we have inside Excel has a name. And that name is visible over here. Whenever I am selecting a cell, I can come here and see the name of it. And how these names work is basically, at first we have the letter of that column that this cell is located in. And after the letter, sticked to the letter, we have the number of the row of that column. So this is placed in the column H and in the row 3. So this is called H3, as you see. This, for example, is placed in the column H still, but in the row 13. So this is called H13, as you see. So this is as easy as that. This is how we can address our cells inside Microsoft Excel. We also have ranges, and how we address ranges is basically, for example, we have this range over here. How we address this specific range is that we say H6, so the beginning of the range, and then we say the end of it, so H12. And then we write it like this. So I say H12 6, this little thing, and H13. And this is how we specify a range inside Microsoft Excel. So now that you are familiar with the addressings that we have inside Excel, and you know how to address a cell or a range, now we are free to head over to the functions that we have inside Excel. So before, let me again import the sample data. I will provide you with the sample data inside the course page. These will be provided to you, and you will be able to use them easily in order to practice all these things that you are learning. So this is, as you see, what we have. So what functions and formulas are. So let me introduce what they are at first. Functions and formulas are about making relationships and interactions between these cells that we have and this data, and making cells that are related to other cells. And that is when we use functions and formulas that we have inside Microsoft Excel. The first thing that I want to start with is that how can we copy the content of a specific cell into another cell. So first, for example, I want to copy this finance or this cell, this specific cell, whatever it is. I want to copy the content of it into this cell. So first I need to understand the address to it. So as you see, this is in C and 6. So this finance is C6. And then I go to the different cell, and inside that cell I start with equals. So this is how all formulas and functions are going to start with, the equal. And I say equals C6, and I press enter. And as you see, here we have finance. So if I change it, I say financial, for example. As you see, the content to this one will change. So this is how we clone another cell's content into another cell, you know. So I change it back to finance. The next thing that I want to talk about is specifically for numbers. So let's say that I want to add the salary of John, the target sales or whatever, you know, or let's do it by salary, right? So I want to add the salary of John to the salary of David, for example. So I want to add D2, as you see over here, to D6, and I want to show it over here. So what I can do is that, again, I need to start with equals, and then I say D2. As you see, it will make a selection of that very specific cell in order to make sure that we are doing the right thing. Then I can use plus D6, and using that plus, we'll add these two to each other. So we'll summarize these two. If I press enter, as you see, it says 10,700. So it has added 4,500 to 6,200. Just like that, as cool as that. We also can add multiple of these together. So I want, for example, I want the total salary over here. So I can come here and say equals D2 plus D3 plus D4 plus D5 plus D6, and press enter, And as you see, this is the total salary of this month that has to be paid. And this is the summary, the summarization of all these items and values over here. So this is adding. As well as adding, we also have subtraction. So how we do that is basically the same. So we use equal. We address the first cell. For example, I say E or F2. So I want to make, let's say we have a target sales and we have actual sales. I want to specify the difference between them. So here I can say equals G2 minus F2. So this will show me the distance of the actual sales with the target sales. So John has had a bad performance because it has had minus 1,500. So this is the distance between the actual sales that he has made and the target sales that he had. But if I do the same here, for example, for G3, sorry, I forgot to use equal. So G3 equals G3 minus F3. As you see, Sarah, unlike John, has had a good performance. So she has had $1,000 sale more than her target sales. So that's basically it. That's what we have with subtractions inside Excel. We have multiplication as well. So I can, for example, multiply this 10% to the actual sales in order to specify that how much this John is going to take from this 8,500. So he has 10% bonus from the sales that he makes. So I say this cell, for example, equals to G2, 8,500. Multiple, so I use this star to do multiplication. And I multiply it with E2. And as you see, now it has calculated me 10% of 8,500, which is 850, you know, as easy as that. So these are very cool. I love these formulas and functions as they help us a lot, actually, a lot. So this is it. This is what we have with multiplication. We also have division inside Microsoft Excel. And let me add my own values over here. So for example, I say 12 and 3. Then I want to divide 12 by 3. So here I say equals A14, which is this 12, divided to, so I use slash in order to divide, divided to or divided by A15. And then as you see, it says 4. And this is how we have divisions inside Microsoft Excel as well. As I'm using the term formulas, and as you saw, we can use mathematical formulas and all mathematical commands over here. And we can merge them as well. So here, for example, I can do multiple of calculations at the same time. So for example, I can say I want this cell to be equal to, for example, I want to calculate the total, the summary of salary and the 10% bonus over the actual sales that John has made. So in order to do that, I want to first have D2. So D2 is the salary of John. And then I want to add this D2 to here. I use parentheses in order to specify the mathematical priorities. So parentheses are allowed as well inside formulas. So I say, I want D2, so the salary of John, to be combined, to be added on top of the actual sales that John has made. So G2, which is the actual sales, multiplied to the bonus, so E2, which is 10%. So if I press enter, as you see, John had made 4,500 as his main salary, and on top of that he had made 850 as bonus, and 4,500 plus 850 will equal to 5,350. As easy as that. We can add formulas, mathematical formulas over here. So I do the same for Sarah. If you didn't understand, watch out. So I'll explain again a little bit. For Sarah, I say equals. So first I want the salary of Sarah, which is 5,500. So I say D3, which is the salary of Sarah, plus parentheses. Inside those parentheses, I say the actual sales that Sarah has made, so G3, multiplied to the bonus percentage of Sarah, which is 15%, which is E3. So again, as you see, for example, this is going to be how much Sarah is going to take home. So these are basically what we have as formulas inside Microsoft Excel. The next thing that I want to go through over here is the functions. So functions are a little bit different with the formulas. So let me first choose all of these cells over here, and by pressing delete, I clean them all. And then we are headed to functions. So we have plenty of these functions inside Excel. The first one is sum. So what sum does is basically summarizing specific cells that we give it. So it will summarize the content of those cells, sorry. So I start for functions actually start just like how formulas used to start. They start with equals as well. So first I say equals and I say sum. So this is the sum function, and then it will require us the values that we have. So these are how functions basically are. We have an equals, we have the name of the function, we have parentheses, and inside those parentheses we give values to the function. So I want to summarize G2, for example, so the sales of John, with G3, the sales of Sarah, with G4, with sales of Mike, with G5, sales of Anna, and G6, sales of David. So as you see, we can add endless values here, and by pressing enter, the summary of all of them will be visible over here. And that's basically how sum works and what sum does for us. The next function that we have is the minimum function. So I say equals min, and inside min, inside those parentheses of min, again, we give the address to those cells that we have. So for example, again, I use these actual sales, G2, G3, G4, G5, and G6. So what this min does is that it goes through all the cells that you give it, and it will show you the minimum value, so the lowest value that they have. So here, the minimum value is 8,500, as you see, which is for John. And if I press enter, as you see, it will show us the exact same thing that I just said, because this is the minimum to all these values that we have selected. So let me copy this selection that we've made to just paste it next times. Sorry. The next function that we have inside Microsoft Excel is max. So I say equals max, and max is basically maximum. So just like how we had in minimum, but max will show us the highest value among those selections that we've made. So the highest value over here is going to be the 13,000, which is for Sarah. If I press enter, as you see, this is showing the exact same thing over here. The next option that we have is, the next function actually that we have is count. So inside count, again, we can give address to specific cells. So it will count all the valid cells, so all the cells with numbers for us. So if I here, for example, include G7, as you see, G7 is empty, but this will show me 5. I selected 6 cells, but this will only show me and count me the number of those cells which have numeric data and numbers inside them. So this can happen also with a range. So I can, for example, say A1 to G6, and as you see, this is how we make selections of ranges. And if I press enter, as you see, this will say that we have 20 over here. So let's see, we have 4 over here and we have 5 over here, and these are the only ones that it counted, you know. These texts and these dates were not counted because count only counts numeric data. So we also have count A, which is a little bit different with count. So count A will also include the text values and we'll count them as well. So again, over here, if I say A1 to G6 and press enter, as you see, now we have 42 because count A counts the texts as well as the numbers, but count only counts the number of valid numeric data that we have inside our selection. The next function that we have over here inside Microsoft Excel is the average function. So how it basically works is that it gives a range of numbers and it will provide us with the average to those numbers. So for example, I come here and say equals average, and inside the parentheses I say G2, so this cell, to G6. And then if I press enter, it will provide us with the average to all these numbers. So average is basically, let's calculate it to see if it has done it right, you know. Average is the summary of all those numbers divided to the count of them. So if I say 8,500 plus 13,000 plus 10,800 plus 9,700 plus 12,500, and then I divide them all to 5, as you see, 10,900, just like that. So this is what we have with the average function. We also have median, which is a statistic related concept. So I am not here to try to I am not at all trying to teach you what median is and what the concept of median is, but as I said, it is a statistical concept, which is when we have plenty of data, the data in the middle, so it will sort them from the highest to the lowest, and the one in the middle will be known as the median. So if I give it a range and press enter, as you see, 10,800 is the median. So it has first sorted these, and then due to that sort that it has done, it is giving us the middle one, which is going to be known as the median. And we have it as well inside our functions. The next thing that we have is concat. So for example, let's say that I want to add this John to this department that he is working on in order to know him with that department as well. So I'm going to, for example, have a cell over here, and I want to say HR John, you know, instead of John, or sales Sarah, or IT Mike. So in order to do that, I can use the concatenate function, or the command concat, as you see. So it is about concatenating, as you see. And concat has parentheses as well. And inside those parentheses, we need to provide text. So I say A2 and C2, and I want to concat these two. If I press enter, as you see, it will say John HR. So that's how we add texts to each other, and we join two strings and use them inside our project. The next concept that we have is if. So if basically works in a more logical form. So now we are into really serious functions. So if is one of them. Before, let me remove all of these and clear here a little bit. So here I say equals if. First, we have the logic that we want to test, and we want to see if this requirement is met or not, you know. So in the parenthesis, in the first part, as I said, it's about logic. So for example, I want to say if G2, so the actual sales of John, is bigger than the F2. So the actual sales of John is bigger than the target sales of John. Then I want to say excellent and comma, then this is else. So this is if this requirement is not met. So I say if not, say try harder and close the parenthesis. If I press enter, value if true, value if false. What can the problem be? We needed to specify these with quotations, so these will be provided as strings. So as you see, this says try harder. I copy the very function that I wrote, and over here I paste it, but instead of G2 I say G3, and instead of F2 I say F3. So this is about Sarah. As you see, to Sarah it says excellent, and I can do the same over and over. G4, F4, try harder, you know. G5, F5, try harder. Let me see. Nah, a mistake is made here. So G5, yes, excellent. And the last one, G6, G6 and F6. So this is how if and conditions work inside Microsoft Excel. So the other function that we have over here and we want to talk about is COUNTIF. So COUNTIF will basically go through a range and see where and how many times is the logic and the requirement met, and it will show us the count of those times that these requirements have been met. So let me show you something. For example, I choose this range, I say equals COUNTIF, and inside of it, first it wants a range, so I can select it, and as you see, it will be applied over here. And then I say over 10,000 and close it. Sorry, it's only about equals. So I say 9,500 and I press enter. And as you see, it says that we have one single value of this 9,500 in the range that you provided me with. So let me show you with a better example. For example, we have these numbers over here, and these are all 2s and 1s and 3s, and then I choose this range, and over here I say equals COUNTIF. Inside the range, the cell is 1. As you see, it says that we have 3 1s. Again, I say COUNTIF inside the range when we have 2. As you see, it says that we have 6 2s. And I say COUNTIF inside the range we have 3. And it says 3, just like that. So this is how COUNTIF basically works. So we also have value lookups. So how they basically work is that we say equals VLOOKUP, which is a very, very commonly used and very cool, but a little bit complex function. So inside the VLOOKUP, as you see, at first we need to specify the value that we are looking for. So for example, let's say that I am looking for the salary of John or the salary of Anna, right? So I say I am looking for Anna. This is what I'm looking for. Then it says the table array. So I choose the entire table, as you see. Then it says the column index number. So here we have Anna, and I need to start counting from here. So this is the first column, the second, the third, and salary is placed in the fourth column. So I want to find the number which is set for Anna in the fourth column. And then it says approximate match or exact match. So this will basically work. How this will work is that if I say true, it will go and look for Anna. And if, for example, I have written Anna with a capital A, but we have Anna with small a inside our text, it will not find us that Anna. But if I say exact match, with approximate match, it will count small Anna with capital Anna, both as one single thing. You know, it's all about cases. It's all about those letter cases and stuff. So I say true, and then I close it and press enter. What is the problem over here? Value not available. So let me see. I may be making a mistake over here, but this is basically how VLOOKUP works, and these are the values that it gets in order to give you that thing that you are looking for. So the next thing that we have over here, the next function that we have is SUMIF. So SUMIF is cool as well. So let me create another sheet over here. Let me open another sheet that we had for pivot tables. That's very cool actually for this purpose. So as you see, here we have plenty of purchases that have happened by plenty of customers. And for example, Diana has done many of purchases over here. So here, for example, in order to use SUMIF, I will be able to say equals SUMIF. So let me show you how it works basically. First, it gets a range. So I give it the entire table. Then it will get the value that you are looking for. So for example, I am looking for the revenue that Diana has generated us. So the total money that Diana has spent. So in the criteria part, I say Diana. And then in the sum range, it is about the range that it wants to look for. So I choose this revenue. And as you see, it says 0. And the last function that I wanted to talk about is equals now parenthesis. It doesn't get any kind of value inside it. You just need to say equals now parenthesis. And by pressing enter, as you see, it will provide us with the very date and hour that we are currently in right now. So the first one is about protection. In order to protect some kind of a data and make it uneditable, all you need to do is that you need to come right click on the sheet and click protect sheet. And as you see, you will even be able to make a password over here. But I don't make a password. I just click OK. And as you see, this will now be uneditable. I cannot add anything over here unless I enable editing inside my project. So afterwards, after making the change that we have made, I want to show you how to save it, save the project. So let me get back to this first project of us that we had, and I want to save it, for example. So I told you how we can protect one part of our work. We can just right click on our sheet and click protect sheet, and we will be able to make protections. Then by coming to file and save and clicking browse, we will be able to save and export our work. So we have XLSX, as you see. So .xlsx is for Excel workbook. So this is going to save our project just like it is, and we will be able to access it whenever we want, however we want, and wherever we want. And this is going to save it to an Excel project. So if I do that in desktop, I say my first sheet and press save. As you see, now my project is saved. And if I close Excel, for example, tomorrow, I can come and double click and open my project and continue my work here. The other options that we have inside Save As, one of them is, for example, CSV. So CSV is as well a very used and a common format of these sheets and of data saving and data protection, which can be used in order to save your content to. And the point about CSV is that it is not only for Excel, unlike XLSX. XLSX was only for Excel, but CSV can be opened, for example, in Google Sheets as well. You know what I'm saying? The next option of saving that we have over here is TXT, as you see. So if I click save, you will see that we are able to save our data into a text file as easy as that. So we have our table over here, as you see. This is cool as well. We also can save our project in PDF, and by clicking save, you will see that we have this PDF opened up over here. We can view our data, we can go through it, and we can at the end even print it if you want that specific PDF. For example, I can come to charts and make a PDF out of charts. So this PDF exporting option will only be about the sheet that you are currently in. So this will only export the sheet that you are inside. And as you see, we will be able to